inspiring moments.
And in just a few moments, we would get to know who the people of Assin North have chosen to be their member of parliament, to represent them in the 8th Parliament. As of this moment, we have absolutely no idea. This was supposed to be a battle of ideas, a battle of thumbs. Unfortunately, we have recorded a battle of guns. Yes, there have been sporadic gunshots, attacks on the national organizer of the National Democratic Congress and the National Communications Officer of the National Democratic Congress. What exactly is happening? The IGP is there. We have tens of thousands of police officers also there. We have our reporters on the ground to speak to on exactly what is going on. What actions has the police taken to restore calm? Have there been arrests? Earlier, we heard of 3 arrests. We also had the General Secretary of the New Patriotic Party speak of targeting their supporters. My name is Bridget Oti. Welcome to Metro TV's evening coverage of the by-election in Assin North. You're free. Join us at this very moment. Voting has ended in most polling stations, so you're better off and safer just staying at home behind your television and watching us. We'll give you all the details because we have Annie Efuampofo on the ground, we have Henry Kwesibedu on the ground, we have Mr. Paul Adumotri on the ground, and they're bringing us everything that is happening in Asino. So yes, if you are not at home, you can just get behind your phone, watch us on YouTube or on Facebook, and you would not be left out. Right, and I will not be doing this alone. We will have in the studio Professor Ransford Jampo. We'll also have the Executive Director of the Global Info Analytics. Their poll is what millions of Ghanaians are relying on to ensuring if the margin of error had any impact, or the undecided voters whom a lot of people are counting on to decide who becomes the MP. But first, let's start with what has happened in Assin North: gunshots.
No pain na best 7 be about one day. I'm near done. It be a cost smooth. Nti Bob best 115 more. The who answer pick up and this pick up. Don't start to 10 or more. I was say Echo Hospital side. No this speed be bra has in any go pick up. No, the ones I say, well, see honor. Let's say it's 2 to 2.
There was a scaffold that had taken place already at Presby School or the Presby Church. So following that, the guy was being chased, so he ran to the police rescue where we were. Then our guys came, and then there was that macho man scaffold between the NDC and the MPP. Shortly, we got the matter resolved, but one of the gentlemen from the MPP side pulled up a sharp object and then destroyed 2 tires of our car. We apprehended him and handed him over to the police.
And as a normal human institution, we definitely will get 1 or 2 hitches here and there. So it is expected, especially those things are happening in the stronghold of the MPP. That gives us a cause to worry. But all the same, everything is fine. This is not the first time we are voting in Ghana. We've been voting years. So this should not claim any life. If indeed we are Ghanaians and we are trying to exercise our franchise, we shouldn't kill anybody because we want to become an MP or whatever.
The reason why they will do this is because yes, this is their stronghold, and they've realized that the people have decided not to toe the line like blind sheep. So they've come to realize that they are losing their hold on this police centers. And so obviously they will incite violence to make people feel threatened, insecure, and will not want to come out to vote. But I want to send a message to every single individual who votes at the Praso police centers that calm has returned. The police have brought reinforcements. There's enough security to give protection to everybody who comes to vote.
Well, like I mentioned, we have Henry Kwesibedu there, we have Annie Efuampov, and we also have our Central Regional Correspondent, Akwesi Adjo, there. Akwesi, good evening. Tell me exactly where you are and what is happening there. Akwesi, if you can unmute your microphone so we can all hear you and ask you more questions.
Okay, Bridget, can you now hear me?
Yes, yes, loud and clear.
Okay. So good evening. I'm currently here at Assin, the district capital, and I've just made a stopover here as I am on my way to Akumfode, one of the electoral areas, to monitor the counting of ballots, as polls officially should be ending at this particular moment.
Okay, what have you observed in terms of the attacks? Have you seen any? Where is the police presence?
Can you please come again?
I'm asking what you have observed. We are getting report. We've seen attacks on lawyer Opariado's vehicle. What have you seen on the ground where you are? Has there been any incident where you are?
Okay, so if you're talking about the incident that occurred at Assin Praso, then let me mention that there hasn't been any official announcement of any arrest of anybody so far, except that police have taken their grounds and have been able to ensure that there is peace and order at that particular place where the incident occurred. Now, let me also mention that the two major political parties, that is the NPP and NDC, have both one way or the other confirmed their involvement in that particular incident that occurred at the Assin Praso DC school. Now there were gunshots, and then one person was injured and then was actually taken to the hospital. That actually saw a quick reaction from the police as they were able to ensure that peace prevailed at the area. We've had the NPP and NDC pointing fingers at each other for fomenting or starting the trouble.
Okay, Akwesi, we'll leave it here and get to your destination, and then we observe the counting as it unfolds. We're going to cross over as well and talk to my colleague Annie Efuampov. She has engaged some members of the National Democratic Congress because earlier, remember, they raised concerns when the IGP said that their bodyguards or their security detail would not carry guns. And today we're seeing this. Was it a wise move? Maybe yes, because what if they also had guns to retaliate? Annie, what exactly are they saying?
I have just spotted Pablo, who is the one whose vehicle was vandalized. In the reports that we received, that his vehicle was actually vandalized. So we want to have a word with him just to ascertain exactly what happened. Pablo, thank you for joining us on Metro TV. Good evening to you.
Good evening.
How has been the the exercise so far?
So far it's been peaceful. I feel, except a few isolated incidents, like the one that happened to me. But the police have done very well so far. At least they've conducted themselves very well. And there is enough police presence everywhere. Mine is just the one-off incident, and I want to believe that it was an act of intimidation. They thought they were going to scare people off. Once they come and hit at me, it is going to get people to draw back. And we arrested one of their boys in full military regalia, Chief Barney and myself, and we took him to the police station. I believe that is what motivated them to come after us. They missed Chief Barney. I'm sure they would have gone after him first before coming for me. But they came in, I believe, because they were not even men enough, they were cowards. You attack us and then you run away immediately. They could have stood there for us to spy it out and find out who is more of a man.
Of they attacking and running away, how exactly did that happen?
So we had gone to the polling station at Methodist, is it Roman Catholic? Old Roman at Praso. So we're done. We had 4 cars. Chief Barney was in the lead car. My Savannah Regional Youth Organizer was in the second car. And then my deputy senior regional youth organizer was in the third car. I was in the last car. I was on phone. So Chief had moved his car. The second car, Toyota Haze Van, entered. So they even stopped for the car to enter. We didn't know there was anybody in it. A very new car. You don't even think invisible forces would be in such a vehicle. So they just got off the vehicle and I heard them as operate the car anyway. But my mind was not there, so I was not even focused. So I lifted my head and then one guy tried opening my door. That is when I realized that they were coming to attack me. And so they started banging on the glass. One picked the crowbar, hit the windshield, and then another one went behind the car, 3 of them. But there were about 20 of them in the oven. The last one went behind the car and used the stone to hit the windshield. So Chief finally got out of his car. When Chief got out, before we knew, they sat in their car and sped off, and then we also left. And then we came straight to the police to report. Like I was saying, there were not even men enough to stand up and face us.
So what was the police saying? Are they going to go after them?
Well, we have evidence, we have car numbers, we have pictures of some of them. If the police do not arrest them, we'll arrest them and give them to the police.
How did you know the invisible forces?
You don't need to be told. We know how notorious Akufo-Addo has transformed his boys, and we know how they've conducted themselves. We saw them in Ayawaso West. We saw them in Kumasi when they attacked the judge in court, and various other. And they looked very military, well-formed, well-masculine guys who were out there to cause mayhem. You don't need anybody telling you who they are. But I'm saying, we've seen them, we know them. We're all in Accra, we're all in Ghana, we know them. If the police does not arrest them, we'll help the police by arresting them for them.
Are you winning this?
We've already won. That is why they are so frustrated and desperate. But I can assure you that after 5:30, 6 p.m., Jachikwe Assin will be crowned again as the MP of Assin North. Thank you.
All right, so that's the chance we've gotten with Pablo. Thank you. Well, that's a chance of the NDC because Jachikwe Assin is a number 3 on the ballot paper. So when they say Fanifom, it means that they are trying to tell you that vote from the bottom. And that's exactly what we've heard from Pablo. Pablo, where are you going from here?
We are going to Breku. There are about 4 polling stations on the field, so we are going there to see to the counting.
All right. If your men foment any trouble, are you going to be responding to? Because it looks
my men are responsible and will not foment trouble. It's the NPP that are irresponsible and are always fomenting trouble. The NDC have not fomented trouble anywhere. But if they foment trouble, we are prepared to respond to them.
okay, great. So that's also from Pablo, and he is a youth organizer for the NDC. We're still going around the polling stations to capture some more activities that's happening within the various electoral areas, and as and when we're able to gather the information, we'll give it to you. But yeah. Thank you very much. Chief Bani, you have to share a word with us. Yes, good evening to you and thank you for your time. How long have you been here for?
For a week. Last week Tuesday. I came in last week Tuesday. And I've been around till today.
And how has the process been so far?
Well, it's been cool until this afternoon when some forces who call themselves invisible forces came to attack us because we actually got the police to arrest one of them. He was in a military uniform, disturbing people in the queue. So the voters, called the attention of the police. They tried to interrogate him and he was like all of himself. And so now they accosted him, handcuffed him, put him in a car. And we saw the police taking them away. So I said to the youth organizer that no, we have to follow this guy and make sure that he's in police custody. So we followed the police. They took us all the way to Fosu. They said Northern Central Regional Command. And then I told the police that we are interested party because we were there. We saw what he was doing before he was arrested. And so we wanted to, give a statement as to why we followed them there. When the police started searching this guy before, keeping him in cells, he has all sort of NPP T-shirts and paraphernalia all over him. Whether he was going to share them, whatever he was going to do, we didn't know. So they kept him there, and then we left. That video went viral because people were there and they took video, other media houses. And so I'm sure the invisible forces thought, who are these people? That Chibani, Pablo, and Co. They are no. So they were following us. In fact, we saw them to be one of, somebody, just following the electoral process until they came in, attacked Pablo's vehicle. I was in front. And when I heard the sound, I got down. I realized that no, it's serious because there were more. And so we had to, take off, got to the police command center, lodged a complaint.
Like taking cover?
Yeah. We needed.
You didn't already respond to the attack?
When they did that and we saw that they came to attack us, they actually also, moved into there's some kind of bush behind the polling station. So they went there and we didn't know the force they had. So we had to retreat and come back. So we got the police involved. In fact, I must say that after reporting to them, they moved a whole team of police to that place. That place is supposed to be their strong hold. And so for them to do this, I think they are causing themselves, not we. So we decided that we'll get the police to come in and do the right thing. We went into a meeting. We said this election, no arms, nothing. Everybody must come. Police will protect us. But trust me, they had crowbars. Even there was a gunshot. They fired a gunshot. And so we had to move because we are not armed. You understand? And so we reported to police and then the police moved in. Thankfully, voting is ongoing. And then it is as a result of them getting to understand that they are losing the election and it's not comfortable with them. So they thought that they can, do something to obstruct the process. But unfortunately for them, they went to do it in their own stronghold. I told Pablo that you are the youth organizer. Even if you are not there and NDC wins this election, it's good. So don't worry. We are not going to, fight them back, retaliate or whatever. We're going to get the police to deal with them. But we are looking close. We told the police, we know them. We know them. We know them. We are all in Accra.
We told you have their pictures.
Oh yeah, we know. We know some of them. We know their houses. We know where they play. And so if the police don't act, we will do what is called citizen arrest. Even after Assin, we'll go and arrest them and hand them over to the police because they must come and pay for the windscreen, both front and back, the side door, and the side mirrors and all that. I mean, you don't do that, and so that is what we're going to do. No, it's gone back. Yeah, to Fosu.
Oh, you've taken it back?
Yes, to Fosu. Yeah, to Fosu. So now Pablo is in my car.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
the police guide you in taking it back to Fosu?
No.
That's evidence.
Actually, the police took a video of it before we took it to Fosu. So after the video, we needed to, because you can't use that car. The windshield is broken, front and back. It's even dangerous, yeah. So we had to take it out of sight so that we can park it somewhere, manage what we have, and then it's 5 o'clock. By 6:30, where I come from, they say Osur or Bakasa.
All the best.
I like that one. Wherever we were going round, and then when we get there, you see the old ladies and old men. They do like, funny foam. They say, Allah, woyo.
Ivani, I'm grateful for your time. Yeah, so that's it from this particular electoral area. We're moving to other electoral areas to give you some more reports of what's happening. According to Chief Bani, the vehicle that was vandalized has actually been driven to Assin Fosu. And so that is after the police has taken its evidence of, that will aid the investigation. And also the person that's been arrested, the police is on it. We'll follow through with Metro TV as well and bring you all the updates.
Thank you very much, Annie. Just a quick run through those two interviews. The first one was lawyer Opari Ado, Pablo, as most people call him, and he said that he commended the Ghana Police Service for the conduct of the polls and described the attack as just a one-off thing. He also said the attack was a retaliation to what they had done earlier by arresting someone who was fomenting trouble. But they did what was not clear in his response was what the person did for them to arrest and present that person to the police station. Same was repeated by the former deputy organizer, national organizer of the NDC, Chief Baini Hamilton Nixon. We have Professor Ransford Jampo in the studio, and soon we will engage him on what has happened, if he's disappointed by the actions of the parties in this constituency. But this constituency is extremely crucial. We're going on Zoom to speak to Professor Smart. Prof, a very good evening, and thank you very, very much for joining us, Prof.
Very well. Good evening, Bridget.
Prof, I just want to pick your initial thoughts on, what you have seen, the attacks on vehicles, even though the parties involved describe it as a one-off thing, is something that we should be concerned about.
Yeah, Bridget, you are right. it is definitely something we all should be concerned about. I don't know why they measure the level of damage. Damage is damage. We should be reporting no damage and not to take delight or solace in minimal damage. What is minimal damage?
Okay.
Now we have some people hospitalized. We have a vehicle or some vehicles vandalized. And when you compute the cost, health, the cost of the vehicle and all those things, I don't think it is something that we pray for, we would always wish to happen. Let's go for, we have good, better, best, all right? We don't have to settle with good when there is better. There is a better way we could have done these things, and even if we think this is better, our target is to the best. So I agree with you. Let us not be happy about minimal damage. We were looking for no damage.
Okay. Prof, I mean, earlier when the Ghana Police Service mentioned that the bodyguards or the security detail of members of parliament to not carry guns, I know the minority took it very badly. They felt exposed. But seeing what has happened, would you say it was a smart move for the police to say to not carry guns, you know, whether it's minority or whoever, to not carry guns?
Yeah, it was a smart one. And I would always stand up for the police chief, Dr. Dampare. What is a police service if it doesn't pick very vital intels? And I'm sure the directive that came wouldn't have just come like that. I'm sure they had identified Assin North as a very serious area where if care is not taken, things may degenerate. And as part of measures to get the situation under control, they would have thought through and decided that we limit the presence of arms in that constituency to the barest minimum. And they started with the details that were guarding MPs and persons qualified to go with police accompaniment. But as usual, people went after them. But I'm sure the police chief knew what he was doing. And what has happened justifies the move the police took. And I'm sure by now people are beginning to understand why that move was very necessary. Once again, I think we have to give thumbs up to the police chief for that intel they picked and the actions they're on.
Prof, I mean, this is your area. What has been the standout for you? What is the one thing that you think that we should be working on going into 2024 elections?
We wait to see the outcome of the day. A lot of things have happened. People have alleged instances of vote buying. People have alleged instances of infrastructure that is only coming because of by-election and that. But for by-election, people would have been kept in a state that we all knew needed improvement. A lot of negative and positive campaigns have gone on in Assin North, and we wait to see the outcome. If the outcome suggests that our Ghanaian voter needs some extra level of smartness or education in respect of things to look out for going to vote for a candidate, we would recommend same. It's unfortunate that the state agency that is in charge of civic education continuously reports under resource. Sometimes I think they are carefully kept under resourced so that they do not get to educate voters to get to the level that would make them very discerning and do things right. Maybe deliberately our politicians in this Fourth Republic have decided to keep the ordinary voter under a certain level of ignorance so that some of these things, a little pepper, a little rice, 1 cedi, 2 cedi, 100 Ghana cedi, can be used to convince them to decide where to vote. So yes, it's an area we are all interested in. We saw what happened at Kumewu. We wait to see the outcome of what is happening at Assin North. And then we can put in a lot of energy into where to go, getting closer to 2024. Because if the trend is going to continue, that a little pepper is all you need to get a voter to vote for you, or a cup of rice or some gari or something, then we are really not prepared for 2024. It means people are going to decide based on what you give them, other than what actually we have to look out for in the candidates. So we select the best to represent us well as a country. So we will get there, and especially the debate will be well discussed or properly situated when we get the full outcome of Assin North.
Okay, Professor Smart Sapon, thank you very much. I will put you just on hold for a bit, and let me introduce my studio guest to you. He's a man of many hats. He is a consultant, a political scientist, and also General Secretary of the University Teachers Association of Ghana. But here, we like his views on politics, and we're happy to have him in the studio. Professor Ransford Jampo, good evening, and it's good to have you in our studio.
Hi, Bridget. Good evening. It's been a long time.
I know. It's good to see you. It's
good to see you.
All right,
yeah.
then. I really want to get your quick thoughts on what you have observed right from the morning till this very moment.
Well, I think voting started on time, and I've always been particular about the start of polls because it's been one thorny issue that has plagued the conduct of elections from 1992. Every election that is held, you have instances of late start of polls. But I think that maybe because this election was is a keenly contested one, everything was in place before the start of polls to ensure that there wasn't going to be a late start of polls. So I thought that was commendable. Now, from there, events unfolded and voting went on, and we're told of the allegations and counter-allegations of vote buying. And for once, you have a ruling party that has all the resources also critiquing the opposition party for buying votes. And I was like, wow, a ruling party that sits down and makes such allegations means that, I mean, if a ruling party sits down and allow some of these things to go on to the point that it becomes noticeable on the part of the opposition and it comes to complain, it tells you that then there is something really going on. But generally, the allegations of vote buying had been across board. NDC is accusing MPP, MPP is accusing NDC, but the cliche has also been that the ruling party has all the resources, and so if there is any vote buying, it is doing that more. And of course, you've seen some videos of across the divide, people sharing money. We saw how
200 CD notes.
Yes, I'm very. It tells you 200 CD. I mean, they used to share 10 CDs.
I know, say something. 200.
If it got into 200, and it tells you that, I mean, people really had amassed wealth and just prepared to buy their way in this election.
Prof, but hang on just 1 second.
Yes,
I'm supposed to go on Zoom. We have Henry on standby in Assin North constituency. Okay, so he's off. When we get him, we'll look at what's happening with respect to counting.
Well, so allegations of vote buying across board. NDC, we are told, are buying votes. MPP, they are buying even more because they have the resources. We saw projects that were
today
hurriedly.
There was road construction
yes,
today.
and you see, this has been a perpetual insult on the intelligence of the people of Ghana. It appears that the politicians who don't think feels the ordinary people who also don't think. They don't think. They feel that we are also as dumb as they are. So we cannot even read in between the lines. And when you interrogate or you question this, they tell you that these were projects that we were doing already. We are sensible, just as they think that they are also sensible. In fact, some of us, the ordinary people, are more sensible than the politicians, because if you are wise, you should know that people would have read in between this. I mean, the practice of delaying or not constructing, undertaking any developmental project and waiting for developmental projects to be hurriedly prosecuted when there is by-election, for me, is now not sensible. And gradually, if you don't take care, if people feel that they've had an MP for a long time and yet their place is not seeing development, what they may think about may be, I mean, if we are not stretching it, maybe for some people to attempt to assassinate their MP so that that will bring about developmental project.
No,
it doesn't make sense. I don't see why we cannot think. And they are reasonable, responsible Ghanaians leading Ghana, and they cannot pull down the brakes and say that, no, let us go and campaign. Let us not do, you see, so doing some of these things amount to vote buying on grand scale. And in my mind, there is no, you cannot talk, there can be no meaningful discussion of vote buying without talking about some of these hurriedly constructed, shoddy projects that are always, commissioned or you have, they going to inaugurate or hand them over to the constituents in the lead up to by-election. I think it is something that is unacceptable. And if there are wise people in Ghana, and if leaders who are leading us are people of wisdom, then they should know that we have been able to read in between these kinds of things that they do, and that they should stop. We are not saying don't develop an area, but let us prosecute well thought through developmental agenda that benefits all, and that are timed and sequenced such that you are not going to be putting pressure on yourself to be doing things just for the purposes of winning votes. You see, the kinds of interventions that are prosecuted or put in place just for the purposes of winning votes are shoddy interventions. They are not interventions that last. And so my point is that, yes, they were all buying votes, but vote buying on a grand scale is the kind of shoddy developmental interventions that are hurriedly implemented or are hurriedly undertaken in the lead up to by-elections. It's something that, in my mind, is absolutely unacceptable. We must speak against it at all costs, and we must be vociferous about it, and we must condemn in no uncertain terms how politicians have oftentimes taken us for a ride. And like I tell you, the nauseating part of the argument is when they tell us that as if we cannot read in between the lines, and that these were projects that we were going to do. It doesn't make sense.
Right. I mean, Prof, when you mentioned the issue of persons, right? Not even stretching it, like persons assassinating, right? Or conceiving the thought of assassinating their MPs. You're not the first to even mention that.
Well,
I've heard lawyer Oliver Barkovum say, okay, then we should probably pray for our MPs to die, because when they die and there's a by-election, the politicians seem to
We
win.
are a monumental failure in terms of leadership if we sit down for our people to nest this idea. Leadership has failed if we are unable to deliver development to the doorstep of the people, and we will always do this only when an MP or only when there is going to be a by-election, and then we would hurriedly go and do some of these things. If this is the way we want to go, then leadership has no business in being in leadership.
Right. Prof, so earlier you saw the NDC talk about, what has gone on. Largely, they commended the Ghana Police Service for the conduct. And the police has issued a statement in respect of the accusations of shooting in the constituency. And this is the police statement, and I'll read a bit to you. Says, voting within the Assin North constituency commenced this morning and progressed as expected in all polling stations across the constituency. The police, however, recorded pockets of incidents, including an alleged incident of an individual shooting into the air. We wish to state that no person or vehicle has been shot at within the constituency. All the recorded incidents are being investigated, and police have also arrested some suspects who are in custody, assisting our investigation. Now, adequate police personnel have been deployed throughout the constituency to ensure security, law, and order for the remaining period of the election and beyond. We would like to urge all stakeholders to redouble their commitment to work with the police to ensure a peaceful election, especially as the exercise draws to a close. That's an important paragraph, because the police cannot do this alone. They need the parties to work with. And so far, they've, commended the police for their work. They say no vehicle has been shot at. We'll talk about that with Prof in a bit. But Henry is in Assin North, He will tell us which electoral area he is and exactly what's happening there. Henry, good evening. We can see that the counting has begun in a traditional Ghanaian election sense. They're raising the ballot paper and I'm sure announcing the numbers. Yeah.
Preparatory School 1, where there were about 4 different polling stations. As I speak to you now, some members of the National Democratic Congress, Bridget, are in jubilant mood, even though counting isn't done. From where we are, the first name on the ballot, which is Charles Opoku's votes, have been counted, and he garnered 209. He garnered 209 of the votes. As I speak to you now, the presiding officer is counting the votes of James Jachi Kwesin. And they are done with the first 100. And what they are saying, they are around 40 something. I think 47 or 48. So it looks quite close. From the other result that we've gathered here in Methodist B, James Jachi Kwesin garnered 144 of the votes, whilst Charles Opoku of the MPP got 172 of the votes. So what I will do is that already some people have started, celebrating, and they are going around the park having a lot of fun. I'll let you catch a glimpse of what is happening here. It's quite interesting. But what I must say is that, sometimes people tend to start jubilating quite early and it ends up being a different scenario altogether. A lot of them, most of the NDC members here were doing what they call the funny foam sign, meaning that James Jachi Kwesin is leading. So you could see a lot of people are gathered here. In here, there are about 4 polling stations. You could see that's what they are doing, meaning that they are in the lead. Let me speak to you briefly. Let me speak to you.
Because Nami Akasa, it's provisional resource of which the name said election the kind of area I don't win. But how important the name said person obey with the election.
Okay, you better ask me, baby. Abani and kind here, baby. I'm away. Afe ni akai MPP there.
Yeah, we know you. Yeah, show you. We are making us have a play. Mr. Bekasa.
Monkey can't bomb you money.
You can't bomb cry. You win it. You can't bomb cry. You win it. There's so well. Omba win here. Open up. I'm for the 2. Sabi Jefi. Open the car to. Open the car to.
Police force. Police force. So as you can see, those are the members of the National Democratic Congress. They are in jubilant mood. They have white calico all over them, and they believe that they've won the election. But I don't know.
Oh, abandon the young two. My senior young man, Yawini. Totano, yet information free. Assin crying. And I had the so Sena Omokaino, na young say, the Diabaso Akoswama, Joe Question, Onona Ebefa City.
But Methodist B, Akaewi, Joe Question, Enya 144. And the contender, our little Priya Korean Charles Opoku, 174. And the areas in the as a child who lead, but you can't be entered in money.
Yo, Yawa Richem say, I Gabno, sir, Susantino, Yanu said, Baha missing sono, Aite, and a comfort. A super camp on Kwanse Yanaba, Yanimsa, Ahodia, Yabaje, and Yabosu Hante, Kunadindia, Aya, Joe Quensidia, Yadamasi, someone on Bujuma.
So, Bridget, those are live scenes we are bringing you from the Methodist School. The members of the National Democratic Congress are really on cloud 9. they are very excited and they believe that they've already won the elections. But counting is yet to be done in most of the polling stations. But here are scenes, they believe that they've already won because they are picking some results that are coming in from the hard-to-reach areas where they think that the reason why I think that they are happy is that they believe that the Assin Breku Methodist polling stations are part of the strongholds of the MPP. So if the MPP is winning by just 20, 30, 10, and 15 margins, they think that they stand a stronger chance of winning this election. So we'll hang around and continue bringing you these scenes and try and get some members of the National Democratic Congress, the leadership, to really find out the reason why they are on cloud 9 and they are excited about what is happening. The official result declaration will be done. We'll be moving to the coalition centers of the NDC, of the MPP, and also the official coalition center of these elections. Right. That is the Catholic Training School. It is to our far right, about 1 kilometer away from here, very close to where Dr. Mahmoud Baumia came to commission the AstroTurf. So we'll be bringing you live visuals. Let me speak to you.
Right, and that's my colleague Henry Kwesi Bedu there. We'll talk more about the IGP's statement and what it means for, what the NDC is also alleging. But I'm sure when you saw the flyer, you did not see me. You saw Mr. Paul Adumochu, you saw Annie Efuampofu, you saw myself, and then Moro Audu. So far, you've seen 3 of us. And Moro Audu, my colleague I respect so much, has joined me in the studio, and I'll give him a few moments, and then we will continue with Professor Ransford Jampo.
Well, thank you very much for the introduction. And,
I wanted to ask why you're late, but today is about Assin North, so let's move on.
No, what you actually forgot to tell them that is all part of the plan.
It's all part of the plan.
It
was actually strategic.
It was very
strategic.
I needed
to start. We needed to start with a weaker foot.
Right.
Now.
How?
Now
one of our producers said, "Don't mind it."
Oh, no.
But anyway, I think it's been so far a very busy day. Right. Understandably so, because as you do know, the 2 political parties are not taking this elections lightly at all. Right. It's a make or break for them. And that's Absolutely. Why I've heard some people say it's almost like a cliffhanger. Because there's a big propaganda rights that everybody wants to lay claim to as far as these elections are concerned. So I'm not surprised that it's almost as if the entire country has their attention focused on these elections. I think it's for obvious reasons. Because for some people, it is also a precursor. For some people, it's a precursor to what is likely to happen.
For a lot of people.
Yeah, what is likely to happen, or is a harbinger as to what is likely to happen in 2024. So I see, look, when I was coming here, I saw people sitting by their radio set and, people are watching TV, and I'm like, wow, by-election? It tells you the extent of interest. So far, and guess what? A lot of the places that I've been to so far, guess where their dial is locked?
Metro Television.
Absolutely.
Right.
I mean, when you have Professor Jampo here.
I know. Professor Jampo has given them 10 headlines already. Prof, so I want us to talk about the IGP statement. It completely ignored, the National Youth Organizers incident. Why do we have a disconnect here? What do you think is going on here?
Well, oftentimes when you hear some of these complaints, you must try to also dig down a little to listen to the other side. Now, if you look at the statement that the IGP or the Ghana Police Service has issued, it tends to rather give us a certain hope, saying that no vehicle or no human being has been shot within the constituency, and that certain incidents have been brought under control, with some suspects being arrested, and investigations are ongoing, and the IGP is calling on Ghanaians to redouble their efforts to commit and to support policing during this process. I think the statement in the right direction. Coming to the studio, I was just monitoring what people were saying, that Some people went to some police stations with arms and were trying to blame the IGP why he didn't arm his men, and that others have gone there with ammunition. And I'm saying that sometimes Ghanaians too, we talk too much, because if the IGP had armed all his men, we would have been here saying that that was also intimidating. Yeah. And so I am inclined to take solace in the statement that has been issued, and I think we have heard confirmations that indeed some suspects have been arrested and they are in custody assisting investigation. I want to believe that the IGP would be able to have his foot on the pedal in terms of dealing with all acts of violence and all acts that run afoul of our electoral rules and electoral laws. The election, I had always said that it was going to be a keenly competitive election, and always the possibility of such keenly contested elections in degenerating into violence is always guaranteed. And so I want to believe that that's how come over 800 men were deployed to the area. And I do not think that regardless of how powerful some talks may be, they will be able to overpower 800 men. And so I'll call on the IGP and call on all Ghanaians to all of us offer support to the police in ensuring that those who want to take the laws of the land into their own hands are brought to book, regardless of wherever they are coming from. If they are coming from the NDC, let them be dealt with ruthlessly. If they are coming from the ruling party, if some people want to behave suddenly that because they are in power, they are above the law. I believe that so far IGP has shown that he's a no-nonsense person. Regardless of whoever you are, he will deal with you. And so let the law take its course. And at the end of the day, let the wishes and aspirations of the people of Assin North, be extolled, and let these wishes and aspirations be projected loud and clear in the outcome of the voting, such that we would all not have qualms than to applaud them. It's a cosmopolitan area. It's a swing area. And so the people there are judged to be very discerning and wise. And so let us see what would come out of their spirits of political discernment. Let us see what will come out of what comes out of that becomes what we would all hold on to and run with. And at the end of the day, so let it be the expression of people's choice, regardless of all the useless attempts at buying votes.
Now, still staying with the issue of violence and staying with the police's statement that he has issued. Now, I don't know if it's me, but I find something a bit incongruous about the statement. So the statement says, the police have recorded, it said the police have recorded pockets of incident, including an alleged incident of an individual shooting into the air. We wish to state that no person or vehicle has been shot at within the constituency. So they want to tell us that as far as they're concerned, that's a fact. Nothing of the sort has happened. Now this is... I'm coming. No, that's actually a point I'm driving at. And then they go ahead to say, we wish to state that no person or vehicle has been shot at within the constituency. All the recorded incidents are being investigated, and the police have also arrested some suspects who are in custody assisting our investigations. Question is, I'm just wondering, why wouldn't the police take their time and investigate these alleged cases of, I can call it vandalism, because we saw what has happened to the National Youth Organizer Pablo's car. The videos is everywhere. And I'm wondering if Pablo would want to stage that by himself or ask somebody, go and destroy my car in order for me to achieve a certain end. But he's shown us, we've seen, at least from our point of view.
No, but he explained why, which I find that to also be troubling, because if somebody has attacked your car, I think that the right thing to do is to go to the police and report. Because in his own statement, Opariado says they had arrested somebody, citizen's arrest, right? And taken the person to the police station. And when they did, in retaliation to that, some people attacked his car.
Absolutely.
Yes. So they should have also taken that step of reporting.
I agree.
Because as someone with a name as Pablo, it's not something the police would ignore.
Absolutely, and I agree. But what I'm trying to say is that, couldn't the police have waited, launched investigations into these alleged cases of brutality or vandalism? before coming out with a statement that says, as far as we're concerned, nothing has happened.
Kind of rubbish.
I'm just wondering.
Let me say this, that you see, the essence of leadership is to give hope.
Right.
And when I was coming, monitoring what other people were saying,
right.
I became a bit agitated, worried, and scared.
Okay.
Okay. So within such a situation or in such an environment, you need a statement that assures people that, look, calm down, we have our foot on the pedal.
Right.
Okay. It is good. Right. Otherwise, we'll all become worried. Okay. And we don't want a situation where, because of just one by-election, people would have sleepless nights. And so for me, if indeed, and I have every hope and confidence in what the IGP has said.
See, the reason why I'm worried about this statement, and in as much as I agree with you that leadership must give hope, because you do not want to get people sitting on pins, because it appears that each time we are going into an election, we put this country into a needless state of tension. Mm-hmm. I agree with you. I totally agree with you. But what I'm trying to say to you, Prof, is that we have seen Malik Basintale's vehicle being vandalized. We've seen video. We've seen the National Youth Organizer, Pablo's car, being vandalized. How it ended up in things like that, I agree with Bridget that he could have gone through the right process, the right channel, in reporting so the necessary action is taken. But I'm saying that whilst you're giving hope to the people, why don't you also paint the situation or paint the picture as it is?
No, but for instance, vandalization of the vehicles you talk about is adequately captured in the statement saying that all incidents are being investigated and people,
which suspects. No, which incidents?
Maybe you wanted.
We're talking about the National Youth Organizer.
You've mentioned two.
Yes.
Okay, you've mentioned two.
Yes.
How about if there are many? And so for me, the fact that he says that suspects have been arrested, incidents are being investigated, can, in my view, comfortably accommodate the two instances that you've mentioned. Okay. And you know that these two instances are not specifically saying that they are vehicles that had been shot at or individuals that have been shot. He debunked the assertion that vehicles had been shot at and individuals had been shot at. Right. He debunked that. Okay. I said there had been other... Yeah, there's been other incidents.
So what happens if the investigations prove otherwise?
But that's
it
why.
Proves that indeed
but that's why investigations are updated. I mean, it's not like this is it. This is not cast in stone.
That's fine.
It changes.
It's working
for me, there is that omnibus statement that suspects have been arrested, and then the incident. Some of these incidents are being investigated. For me,
we would have
it captures so many things that
that's fine.
that should.
Prof,
help
I
us
want
to
you to think about this question. You know, in respect of same statement. Do you think that and I'm trying to walk in Moro's mind, that do you think that he feels perhaps, looking at the name of and who he is and the office he occupies, maybe perhaps that should have been captured as, the NDC organizer or youth, organizer. Does it make any difference anyway? Please think about that, and when we come back to you, we'll come back to you. But let's go on Zoom because we still have Professor Smart-Sapon with us as well. Prof, you've just seen the police statement, and the police is acknowledging that indeed there have been incidents. They are handling it. They deny any gunshot at any vehicle. They're saying, yes, there was a gunshot, but it was shot in the air. Like what they do, what they call a fire, is it warning, right? Warning shots, sort of in the air, yes, warning shots. Yeah. Prof, let me get your initial thoughts on this. Does this, as Professor Jampo puts it in the studio, give hope and calm people who are sitting on tenterhooks? Prof.
I guess you would have to unmute, isn't it?
We will try and reconnect. But Professor Jampo, maybe you can respond to my question about, the name. Does it matter whether it was put in it? Does it in any way damage, belittle, makes, Pablo anything less than who he is?
Well, I think that given the caliber of people who reported this incident, I mean, it's something that you cannot gloss over.
Right.
But you can also give the IGP a benefit of the doubt that, well, I'm not going to be singling out individuals and be mentioning their names. Right. In Ghana, we've had people of name involving in all manner of some of these things. Yeah. And so I'm not saying he's lying. No, I wasn't there. And Pablo, I know him. I don't think that I'm trying to throw cold water on whatever he's saying. But I'm saying that maybe possibly the IGP wants to keep out the names and to say that, well, if you did this to him, you've been arrested and you are a suspect, you are supposed to be assisting in investigation.
Right.
And so we may know the name, but if he doesn't put out the name and single out certain individual, I don't,
think it makes a difference?
I don't think
Or it
that
takes
it
anything away
spoils.
from
I
the
don't think
statement?
it spoils anything. To the point, the most important thing is for them. And I think that you were telling us that, behind scenes that even the one who was reporting this, Pablo, was actually acknowledging and commending the police for what they had done. And so to the extent that they are not resting, they are not ignoring some of these things, and they really want to investigate, I think we should allow them to work.
All right. Prof, so we're going to Assin North. We have my colleague Henry Kwesibedu back. He has the current Katy North parliamentary candidate, Edem Agbana.
Youth organizers' car. How people shot at the deputy communication officer's car. And yet he could say these are self-inflicted or orchestrated attempts. Look, the MPP knew right from around 9 a.m. that they were on the losing side. So they decided to deploy a strategy of violence. But we decided not to be distracted by their violence. They got away with it in Ayawaso West. We came prepared. The citizens were up in arm against them, and that is the result that we see today. What will Pablo benefit from orchestrating violence on his own car? So I think that Richard must come again. If he doesn't understand the politics, he should take his time. We are ready to teach him. But those unfortunate statements shouldn't be coming from him. He's supposed to be a learned person. That all these things that happened today, all the violence, evidence, video evidence, everybody is saying, he will make such reckless statements. I'm so disappointed. But we are not distracted. We came here with a strategy to win the elections, and we have won. Like I'm saying, we came to win. All the other sides, all the other issues of who and who attacked our national officers, we will deal with them later.
Thank you very much. Okay, let's hear from you.
Deputy Regional Organizer.
Yes. Okay. Yeah. Deputy Regional Organizer in the Central Region.
Of course, Commander One.
What made the difference for you?
Yeah, we have been assistant for the past 2 months, having known that the Nana Akufo-Addo government was going to deploy boulevard full of cash, and all that they came here asking us to do was to dash money, 30,000 Ghana. We were telling people that the man had been denied by the Akufo-Addo government, and so the development and the justice that we are looking for Assin North here must prevail. And today, the good people of Assin North have told the Akufo that it is not about the 200 Ghana, 400 Ghana, but then the development and the justice that they have denied the good people of this constituency. Just told them, money can't do anything. And today, I'm telling you that in my capacity as a deputy regional organizer who have been working for the past 2 months, we have achieved results. We knew, people knew they were doing job to please the people. But we were on the ground with the people, and the people have also registered their pleasure. And it's going to 2024, it's going to be done deep for us. We've shown the exit. In fact, even their own chief of staff Boulevard was following the woman. And we saw everything. Today, it's not about money. It's about the will of the people. They have spoken, and that is that. And this is not a violent party. We know. They tried to, attack Pablo for no reason. They wanted to distract us, and we never give them that. We made them know that we are focused and resolute to execute the agenda question, and it has been executed. Blow the horn out.
Sure. Thank you very much. Let me speak to another of the one strong guy who is in the Western region. Yes. He's engineer Ebenezer Edo. Engineer, I spoke to you earlier.
Yes.
You've been on the ground since Sunday.
Yes.
You've done a lot.
Here for 1 week.
Okay.
Went back and came back on Friday.
Okay, sure. But I would ask all of you this question. In your view, what did the magic for the MPP, the NDC?
I think the people of Assin North have spoken. The injustice that this government was meting out to Jachikwesin was so bad. And the will of the people, now we've seen the will of the people now. And in the morning when I spoke to you, I told you that James Jachikwesin, with the works that we've done on the grounds, if you are an experienced politician and you put your ears down, you can see that he will win more than 5,000 votes. And I'm glad the results are revealing now. In 2020, this place was 11 polling stations. Jachikwesin won by 9 polling stations. This time around, he has won 10 polling stations. It shows, so it shows that the man is strong, he's loved by his people, and we are glad that they've just reaffirmed the faith that they have in him.
Thank you very much. Let's leave it there.
Right, and we are still here in the studio. My colleague Moro Audu would engage Professor Smart.
So Professor Smart Sapong is a senior research fellow with the Kumasi Technical University. Let's speak to him and pick his thoughts about how he's seen the process thus far. Prof, good evening. Thank you very much for joining us on Metro TV's special coverage of the Assin North by-elections.
Yes, most welcome, Moro.
Thank you, thank you. Now, first of all, we found it a bit interesting that even before the votes even before the votes had finished, so let me put it this way. Even before the EC had finished counting the votes, we saw NDC sympathizers already jubilating and saying that because the NPP, according to the numbers that they have, the NPP has not fared well, or the NDC has done much better than it did in 2020 in NPP strongholds. It gives them the indication that it's a foregone conclusion. Is there any merit in that kind of argument?
Well, Moro, there is a merit in it.
Okay.
And that is how we determine whether the trend is going well for you or not. You do a comparative analysis of the previous and the current figures as they come. So back here in my office, I've also been trying to see if I can do a comparison like that. And for example, Methodist Primary B or Primary 2, the last time the NPP got 181, this time the NPP is getting 172.
Oh,
so
the numbers have dropped.
Yes, please.
The number has dropped.
Yes,
that's a reduction.
Yes, Moro. Yes, Moro. Yeah.
Okay.
So if the last time you did 181 and now you are doing 172, and NDC the last time did 181, the NDC. Yeah, so I'm trying to do a comparison. The figures are not coming in, but I'm trying to do an Excel spreadsheet. As we move on, I can share with you some of the net win or net loss analysis as I'm trying to do. It gives an idea that you are doing well. The areas that we are counting now to are the areas with the numbers. The rest are far distant communities where the numbers are quite not too huge. When you look at places like Kwame and Kra, for example, I mean, 45, 130, small numbers as against the 200s that are being recorded at the Breku and the big communities. But I mean, it's still early days yet, even though it's good to take a lead. Usually in things like this, once you take a lead, it becomes very difficult for your the one pursuing you to catch up with you. In fact, I always advise that you do not allow your competitor to take the lead, else it will be quite difficult catching up. But who knows? The numbers are still coming now. Most provisional figures are up to less than 50, about 49 provisional figures so far, with the NDC having a lead. Let's see how it goes as it inches towards the 60. In fact, there used to be 100 polling stations in Assin North, but now there wasn't a case of special voting, so they have 99 now. 99 now, around 50, 49 to 50 have come, and the NDC is in quite a lead. We wait to see if it gets closer to maybe 80, 90%. If around 90 to 95% the lead still remains, then we can perhaps unofficially declare that the NDC have won the Assin North seat. But yeah, partly it's early days yet, but partly it's kind of a good feeling to see that for some polling stations where you didn't do too well in the previous election, now you are increasing in votes at those polling stations. It gives you enough grounds to celebrate.
So, I mean, I know that you've also been polling. You're a pollster yourself. You follow elections. You follow it passionately. At this juncture, would you say that the two major, or the major political parties should have an inkling or an idea as to whether this is the election or not?
This cannot be the election. In fact, the kind of invasion of Assin North cannot be same.
No, sorry, I'm talking about, no, sorry. Prof, I'm talking about
able to call it.
Yes, exactly.
To be able
at
to
this time,
call it, yeah.
should they be able to call it to say we have won Assin North by-elections, or it's early days yet?
Yes. I think this is less than half the number we are looking at.
Okay.
Usually, it is. You can do so when you have crossed maybe 80%, or in fact, statistically, you have to cross 95%. But I mean, when you check the numbers coming from the other sides and you extrapolate and you see that more of them should go to, for example, the MPP, it still wouldn't be enough to balance the gap we have now. Then you can, as a political party, maybe do some in-house declaration, but still keep an eye on the data. We are here in Ghana when people celebrated, went to sleep, and they came back and things had changed. So yes, they can do some in-house level of celebration when the number of polling stations get closer to 80% of the total 99. But even that, I think it will be in their interest to keep their eyes on the count.
Prof, so my question, probably the response would come later. I like what you're doing on your Excel, in front of you. How long should we give you so you can compare polling station results from the last time elections were held there? How many NDC got and how many the NPP got? And what the trend is now, so we can look at it, and then maybe you can draw an empirical conclusion of what the outcome is likely to be.
Yes, so as soon as, carefully, we have to wait for the EC to do his official, but unofficially, maybe in the next hour, I'm sure I would have about 49, 50. I should have all the 99 maybe in the next 1 hour. But I mean, we can share the analysis between you and I, but we will wait for the EC to do his official declaration.
Prof,
And then
I am very sure our viewers will be excited to hear what your findings look like, just as all of them were looking forward to Global Info Analytics. And we'll have Musa Dankwa, whose last poll is the one that a lot of the media houses are relying on to tell what the undecided voters, according to that poll of 2,500 people, 6.9% were undecided. My colleague, Annie Efuampofo, will join us. He actually has the former minister, Kwabena Donko, on phone. A very good evening, Annie. Please go on.
Good evening, Bridget. Thank you for the work you're doing in the studio. It's also, very hectic out here, but I think we've been able to go through the exercise peacefully. And as it is, we're coming through with the various results that we're collating from the polling stations, the various polling stations. I have with me, as you said, Dr. Kwabena Donko, and he is stationed at Methodist Primary and Methodist Church, JHS rather, polling stations. Good evening to you, and thank you for your time.
Good evening.
When I was coming through, it was shocking to know that the figures I was recording, NDC was losing, but your people were happy. Can you explain that?
Yes, this is the traditional stronghold of the MPP. And for the first time, we've won a polling station.
Okay.
The Old Palace polling station. NDC has won that polling station. And for these other two, we've been able to reduce the margin.
And that shape your order.
Yes, once the next margin has been reduced. And that is why the NDC supporters seem to be quite happy.
Oh, okay. And so what's the nature of the work that you did that brought these changes to the net margins?
Well, this was more like an Operation Dragnet. The NDC marshaled all the forces at our disposal. And remember, as a party in opposition, we don't have the same resources as the governing party. We made that up with commitment. And almost everybody, MPs, former MPs, ministers, former ministers were all here. So it was effectively an act of communal labor to bring out the votes and also to make it impossible. We have a better case. If you look at the state of the economy, ordinarily, if this had been Accra in any of the urban areas, our votes will even appreciate more because of the sorry state of the economy. The MPP did not rest on their oars. They came to with road construction, the usual, paying electricity bills, doing all other things. But I think NDC, we've been able to make them boot for boot here in Assin.
What was your communication to the people to, turn their minds off the projects that they were seeing? Because people need development anyway.
Yes, first of all, we just told the people that they couldn't be bribed with what they ought to have had earlier on. It is their share of the national cake. And therefore, to wait and create a by-election in order to bring them what is legitimately theirs should not wash with them. Again, we believe Honorable Assin has been targeted, has been persecuted for partisan political reasons. And therefore, we also worked up their empathy.
So you wrote on sympathy votes?
No, empathy, not sympathy, empathy.
Right.
Yes, because if one of your kin is being maltreated for political advantage, we have to point that out.
And that's what you did?
Yes, that's what we've done.
Do you believe that at the end of the count of the votes, you emerge the victors of this race?
I am 99% certain.
Right. I thank you for your time. So Bridget, I can tell you that it is actually a similar picture that I will put across.
Okay.
Polling stations that Judge Assin won, he won. But polling stations that he didn't win, the picture was as though the NDC was jubilating, and that's because they seem to have appreciated their votes in those polling stations. So that is generally what I can pick.
Right. Annie, thank you very much. It's interesting. We're getting this feeling, Prof, that even in constituencies where Judge Assin lost, the people celebrated him because they seem to have performed better than he did the previous. What is going on? I mean, isn't that what other politicians should be doing?
So that should tell you that the caliber of people that we are dealing with as voters are no longer dogmatic and docile,
Right.
and they are no longer ignorant and illiterate as some illiterate politicians feel they are. I mean, it is a sheer display of ignorance and literacy on the part of the political elites to want to take voters like this for granted. And like you're saying, they have done their math. They know, or they knew the votes that they garnered in the last elections. Okay, and they are able to compare it with the votes that they are garnering now, and they are deciphering to tell you that even though we lost, we have appreciated in terms of the margins. Yes. And so if we are appreciating in areas that are not our stronghold, then the least said about our stronghold, the better. And this is their own analysis. And you want to take you want to take these voters for granted? I think that you should be thinking about your own psyche and your own understanding and grasp of politics in Ghana. To want to take voters like this for granted. These are not voters in Kumeu, where you can say that it is our stronghold. And even in Kumeu, you saw that the opposition NDC appreciated some votes.
Yes.
Okay, so it's a swing area. And given so many things, you see, there are a lot of things I want to say, but I want to hold on to them after the final verdict, has been given.
And Prof is going to be with us for some time, so he will have his say. He will have his say when the final results comes out. But Prof, Moro, I don't know if Moro has a question now. Okay. Of the NDC.
Sorry, I've just cited. Yes, it's not a statement, but he just posted on his
he
Facebook
does
wall.
not hold back writing.
Right.
Okay,
And it says updates from NDC, and we're not saying this is not coming from the EC, but Sami JV has some credibility, so we can talk about it. Updates from the EC's collation room, and it says collated provisional results from 70 polling stations out of 99 polling stations, and guess what? James Judge Assin has 11,920. Charles Opoku has 8,882. And I don't know who are the Balu's party has been able to get 55. And I'm wondering who 55 who voted for LPG.
No. I mean,
Why not?
But anyway.
I take a serious exception to this question. We should be moving away from the duopoly of the NDC and MPP. So we're encouraging them to also put themselves out there. And so that we are tired of NDC and MPP politics.
Right.
We should get to that point where some of these parties also become serious.
Show us that they're serious.
Well, I mean, gradually, it's because it's some of these things that if they do and they sustain, they will be taken seriously. Right. So rather, we should be commending them and not to be berating those who voted for them.
Prof, I want to stay on that statement. I mean, he's come out with his numbers. I mean, clearly from their coalition, rumor coalition center. But it's not the first time the NDC is doing a thing like that. I remember prior to the 2016, during the 2016 elections, then Deputy General Secretary Koku Anyudoho made a famous line that has become a line a lot of people use, but they don't use it positively. Yes, that they were in a comfortable lead. Is this what is happening here?
Well, you and I were not there.
I know. Another famous line.
We've not been there. And so, well, we can just look at what he's put out there, but we have to analyze it such that we don't pretend that it is all the entire truth. I mean, he's a politician. And so, in as much as my own intel and my own preliminary research show that it may be a keenly contested election, but it is likely that the man will retain his seat. You don't want to swallow hook, line, and sinker what a top politician tell you in this particular matter.
Right.
And so let us listen to what he's saying and read it with some trepidation. But at the end of the day, I mean, very soon, I think the final results will be declared. And when the results gets declared, I think we have a lot of things to say.
All right. Prof, just a quick one. I'm sure you've seen we put 3 very important guests of ours on the screen. One we've engaged for the past hour. The second to my left, right, top screen, is the hottest man right now in Ghana, the executive director of the Global Info Analytics, Musa Dankwa as well. And
of Global Info Analytics.
Yes.
And then
we've seen that. So we would want to engage all of them. Prof Smart will hold on a bit. I would want to start with Musa Dankwa. Good evening, Musa, and thank you very much for joining us. I know you've been speaking since morning. I am tempted to ask how you are doing. Musa Dankwa, if you can unmute your microphone, if you can hear me, please. I don't think they can hear me.
Okay.
So let's stay in the studio.
How about Mr. Sami Obin? Can you hear us? Mr. Sami Obin, can you hear us? If you can, please unmute so that we can speak to you, sir.
Yes, Maura, I can hear you.
Wonderful, wonderful. So Sami Obin is Executive Director, Parliamentary Network Africa, and we'll just quickly pick your thoughts on this. From where you are sitting and from where you're picking up, does it look like Mr. Gyakye Quayson is coming back to Parliament?
Well, that's not something anybody can rule out. Right from the very beginning, we knew that Mr. Quayson stood a very formidable chance of retaining the seat for the NDC in there, although the NPP also had a very strong or have made a very strong showing so far as this matter is concerned. Fortunately, we are just, hours, if not minutes away from the final declaration, which would point to who exactly will be representing the people of Assin North, who have been really not dealt with well, because, for over a year, they've not been able to enjoy their rights to representation in the Parliament of Ghana, which has not been a very good thing from a standpoint of somebody who works within the parliamentary monitoring civil society space.
Right. Now, from where you sit, what do you think has done the trick for, or is doing the trick for Gyakye Quayson? Because if you look at the numbers that are coming in so far, even from our reporters on the ground, he seems to be doing very well. I mean, we've heard the member of parliament for Prue who said for the first time, there's a particular polling center that he mentioned. I don't quite recall, but he said for the first time, the NDC is doing wonders in that polling center. What do you think it's going right for the or in favor of Mr. Gyakye Quayson?
Recall that Mr. Quayson had some very amazing showing in the 2020 elections from the results, out of that particular elections. In that elections, and of course, I'm sure that analysis had been made by your panelists, earlier in the day. In that election, he stood against an incumbent member of parliament, beat her completely with, almost about 3,000 votes. Of course, did better than his presidential candidate in that particular election. And, engagement with the constituents show that this is a man who is generally liked. Unfortunately for him, right from the very beginning, from the eve of January 7th, 2021, right till date, he's not had the peace to be able to exercise his mandate as an elected member of parliament for the people of Assin North. And certainly all of these things count to, what people may think and how people may relate to him going forward. And so in the very first place, he's not the kind of candidate that you can write off, so far as these things are concerned, bearing in mind where he had come from in the just ended election in 2020. And minded also about the fact that the people of Assin North are very clear on what they want, in the previous elections they've shown. Incumbent members of parliament have not been retained, they've lost to new entrants. The people certainly will kick you out if they do not think that you're serving them well, and perhaps they may probably may be doing the trick for Mr. Quayson, maybe the indication that, look, you've not finished your term, maybe this is the opportunity for you to go finish it up.
All right. Musa, good evening. Can you hear us now?
Yes, I can hear you now.
Oh, great. How are you? Because I have seen you talk all day. I hope you're doing well. I hope you have some water by you.
In fact, today I'm fasting, you see, so I have to take anything.
Okay. Just tell us, I know there are a lot of people who are looking at the last poll you presented, and they're looking at what is coming in currently, even in places where the Gyakye Quayson did not do so well, did not win. He performed better than in the last election. And so his supporters are appreciating the kind of effort he has made. What are you seeing right now?
It's exactly, what we are seeing, what you just summarized. It appears that the people who said they were undecided broke heavily to Quayson. And that is why he's performing what he did last time. We've been seeing the numbers trickling in, and that's what we've been looking at in the past few minutes. And generally, from what we have gathered so far, NDC is performing better than what they did in 2024. Actually, in 2020.
So you have men on the ground who are also bringing you results, and you're monitoring what's happening in the constituencies. And it's exactly what you have gathered.
Yes. We are monitoring the results closely from our center here.
Okay. So, Musa, we'll come to you right now to ask, maybe how many polling stations you have. Is it going as planned? What is the undecided voters? What are they showing? Now we have rare access to the Coalition Center of the National Democratic Congress, and that's what you have on your screen. My colleague Henry Kwesi-Badu is there, and he will tell us, what the party has collated and how it's looking. I know I've seen former, I believe, the Information Minister, Deputy Felix Kwakye-Fosu.
Right.
He has also tweeted, something from the coalition room. Henry, what's happening there?
Okay, Bridget, so what you can see in this official dashboard of the Assin North by-election. And let me start from the first candidate, NPP's Charles Opoku. From the 75 out of the 99 polling stations that the NDC has here, NPP's Charles Opoku has 9,376 of the vote, representing 42.14%. The LPG's Benes Eyunam has just 59 of the vote, representing 0.27%, of the total ballot cast. The NDC's James Jachikwesin has 79.59% out of the vote. That is the total 57.59%. Sorry. The total vote he's garnered is 12,814, and this they have, I think, about 310 rejected ballots, representing about 1.37%. So as I speak to you now, what you are seeing is official dashboard, and the NDC has been able to collate 75 out of the 99 polling stations here in the Assin North constituency. I have with me, I will let my cameraman pan for you to see the team that is doing, the crack team that is doing the work here. I could see one man who contested the elections, Dr. George Boateng, I'm told, is the leader. I could see Broja Jemfi. Broja Jemfi is also there. And the other ones, Dr. Jonathan Boateng, thank you very much. Okay, so NDC's Broja Jemfi is also there. But I have with me the MP for Buem. I'll be speaking to him briefly. And he had some interesting remarks to share with our viewers. Kofi, you claim that the MPP and Ghanaians always say that the NDC is unable to collect the result. What has changed? This is beautiful. These are real-time results that are coming in. What did you want to prove to Ghanaians? That was what you're talking about. What did you want to prove?
Well, this is not proving anything. We are noted for doing such things, just that we don't display. They said it's only empty barrels that make noise. When a barrel is full of water, mostly it doesn't make noise. But a certain propaganda trend has presented an image that we are unable to collate our results. So this time around, we decided to bring you in for you to be able to see the results as they come in. Polls ended just around 5 p.m. and it's just about 6:30, and we have these results. 75 out of what? 99 polling stations ready. And in the next 20 minutes, the remaining results will be uploaded. And we'll have our results even before moving to the Electoral Commission. So even before the Electoral Commission collates the first results, we would have had every result, and we call it provisional. So this is just to feed you into what we are going to be seeing and what we are going to be doing as we march into 2024. And we want our supporters.
This is the tip of the iceberg.
This is just the tip of the iceberg. So all supporters, all members who are yearning and knowing that they're voting NDC and they feel like collection of results is their issue, we want to assure them that collection is not an issue, will never be an issue, and we will demonstrate that we can do it, and we have done so.
Are you telling all Ghanaians that, let's say we go into the 2024 elections and there is an election petition and you are called to the stand to defend the results that the MPP has, you'll be able to prove beyond any reasonable doubt what you believe will be the credible and the true results?
You saw what they did in Assin North. From the president, the vice president, he came even kicking ball in an astroturf that was like a swimming pool. They did all these tricks, but you saw the results. This type of results, can you even go to any court? That's what is going to happen in 2024. All we want is Ghanaians to rally around the truth and development we are going to give them. In John Mahama is everything that will move this country forward. And that is all that we want them to do. They have voted to prove that they wanted justice, they want truth, they want development. They will do the same for John Dramani Mahama, and we will collect the results for them. There will be no court. There will be no court. We will collect the results, and we will have results declared, and NDC will win the 2024 elections.
Now what we have on the dashboard, I think we have about 78 out of the 99 polling stations. I think it's left with about 22.
Sure.
Is there any way back for Charles Opoku of the MPP from the way things are looking?
Is there any way?
Yes.
There can't be any way. The only way is going down. Look, the man himself didn't even believe in Assin North itself. He had his vote somewhere else, not even in Central Region. So he didn't even believe in Assin North. But because MPP don't think about the people, they always look for people they can use. So they found him and wanted to use him to destroy. But fortunately for us, the good people of Assin North listened and voted on the side of the truth. They rejected their inducements, offering 500 Ghana cedi in some areas, 400 in some areas, 600 in other areas per voter. And all this was rejected. Their intimidation that, look, the vehicles of some of our comrades were smashed. But with all this intimidation, people stood their grounds and voted and protected the votes. Look, the protection of the votes was not done by any vigilantes or anything. It was done by the people themselves. In Ningo Gangam, they mobilized themselves and resisted the oppression. They did same in Praso, they did same in Dansami, they did same in many other areas where they wanted to intimidate the persons. So it should tell you. And everything that happens in Assin North here, for me, is what we are going to be seeing heading into 2024. Each and every community, each and every constituency will protect their votes. Their votes, as was done in the Assin North.
Okay. Thank you very much, Kofi Adams. Kofi Adams, now we have about 80 of the polling stations in, and I think there are about now. Okay, so yes, I wanted to speak to you briefly, Doc, if that's possible. Just very brief, very brief. I have with me Dr. Alex Sebefia, Mr. Alex Sebefia, who has played a very important role in whatever we are seeing here. I don't know, these are provisional results, but it would be fair to say congratulations in advance.
Well, let's wait till the final results come.
Okay.
I don't trust the MPP at any point till it's over. And this is the attitude we should take for every election. Premature, I wanted to use the wrong term. Not the best. So let the final results come. It's looking very positive for the NDC, and we are quietly hopeful that it will turn out in that manner. We thank the Almighty God, first and foremost, for putting us in this position at this point. But I think that there's a clear message that is coming from this. By-elections are not necessarily a precursor of what is going to happen in the general election. But it was a clear indictment of the MPP governance to date. And it is clear that with all the machinations that they put up, the level of violence that we saw today, demonstrated by the MPP, and it didn't shake the NDC one bit. We are where we are because we are united. We know that the country needs us to solve the problems that it has. We are not going to disappoint Ghanaians. We will be back. 2024 is the election of the NDC, and Ghana will move away from the bad road that it's on and come back on track for the benefit of all to know that the NDC is the only party in Ghana that will develop Ghana.
Does this result, the result that are trickling in, does it tell us anything about what is expected to happen in the 2024 elections?
Let me put it this way. I've always said that by-elections in swing regions tend to go in favor of the incumbent government. Check history. So when you have a stronghold like Kumewu, it matters not. If you had a by-election in Kita, it won't change anything. NDC will win. But when you have a swing region, normally incumbent governments win. When they lose by the margin which is possibly going to occur, then it is a complete indictment of their leadership. And we are clear that we will not be totally, we will not have the situation where we become complacent. There will be no complacency. We will stick to our policy and our programs, and we are quite clear that 2024 election, notwithstanding anything that was happening, was always going to be won by the NDC. This just confirms it.
Let's talk a little bit. You heard what the president said during the victory rally about your candidate. He said that even if James Achikwesen is voted for, there is a court case that is pending and he may be in prison. So it is not good for the people. And we said that this has changed. He did not.
I don't speak. I don't speak Tree very well. But I think you are being generous. He never said he may be in prison. He said, why vote for somebody going to prison? There's a difference. He has already convicted the man. And in actual fact, it is clear that Chachi Kwesi will never have a fair trial. He cannot have a fair trial. What kind of a statement is that? But I'm hoping that common sense will prevail. If the people have voted for Chachi Kwesi with all these things that are happening, perhaps it is time that the Attorney General took a second look at the court case that is in court.
Thank you very much, Mr. Alex Segbefia. He is part of, or he's a member of NDC's legal team. I have with me here a former member of parliament. Let's speak to him briefly to pick his thoughts on what has transpired here, this evening. I think when the lights come on, we'll be okay. What are your initial reactions to? Okay, sure. I think we'll have to go out. So, Bridget, we'll end it here. The NDC is already on cloud 9. They are celebrating and jubilating here at their coalition center.
Right, and that was my colleague Henry Kwesi Bedu with that exclusive access to the National Democratic Congress's strong room. And they're still collating now. They have over 80 polling stations. We will wait for the official results from the Electoral Commission. They have a central collation center which would be providing that. We know we have Dr. Segbefia, Dr. Kwaku. The director of elections, his middle name.
That's
Cerebro Kwaku. Right. Yes, that he would be doing that. He'll be the returning officer, right?
Right.
Yeah, so we'll definitely wait for that. But you heard the former health minister, Alex Segbefia, speak about the president's comment that it's prejudicial, that the Judge Kwesi, should he win, will not have peace, will not have a fair trial. Professor Ransford Jampo, you're in the studio with us, and you heard the emotions coming out of Alex Segbefia when he makes comments about the remarks on the president, saying that, look, can someone work from prison?
Well, the president's comments, to say the least, in this particular matter, was unfortunate. I thought the president was a lawyer. He should have known that when a matter is sub judice, a matter is before the courts, and you go about to say that the man is on his way to prison, what are you doing to the judges? What are you doing to the notion and concept of judicial independence? I think the notion of judicial independence has been bastardized under his regime for enough. And so the last thing I was expecting him, or the last comment I was expecting him to make in further endangering judicial independence was what he said. And so what are you now telling the judges? Should they confirm what you have said, or should they take a different view? I mean, it's absolutely unacceptable, and we must condemn the president and those who are re-echoing such similar sentiments, with the strength, every strength that we have in us. It is you are now putting unnecessary pressure on the judges.
Yes.
I mean, I don't understand why the apostles of rule of law, the apostles of due processes, why they can't get this just simply because of power. Who told you that Judge Kwesi is on his way to prison?
Yeah.
Is he giving instructions to the judges? Is he giving orders to the judges? I mean, even if he's going to prison, does it lie in the mouth of the executive president to say at a time that the matter is sub judice? I think, I don't want to be emotional about this, but it's absolutely unacceptable. Other people should also join. And you see, Ghana, some of these things, we will just be gossiping about it in our hearts and behind the scenes, in our bedrooms and in our villages. But these are things that we should boldly speak against. The president has no right. Before he became president, some people were telling me that he was among the best constitutional lawyers that we have in Ghana. I don't know whether we can still continue to describe him as such, because I didn't see why he should make such a comment. Leave it to the party fool soldiers to be saying. And then you come back to tell them, you come out to tell them that no, the matter is sub judice. And so let us allow the judges to decide. But if you do this, then you create an impression as if you are having a private conversation with the judges as to how they should handle the matter. And if you do this, let me tell you, you may get to the point that the people will resist and they will rebel, you fight against court ruling. And when we get there, and when they begin to say that we will not allow this to be enforced, a decision that may have been legitimately taken by the judges, if people decide that we will not allow it to be enforced, and they hit on the street, what will happen? We would be getting into chaos. And who caused it? Isn't a sitting president? Is it because he's done with his presidency and he's going, and so he doesn't care if we get into implosion? I think posterity should be the right judges.
Right. Let me speak to Musa Dankwa. He's been on for a while now. And Musa Dankwa, he did some polling ahead of this by-elections, and he shared it. Well, do we still have Musa Dankwa?
Yes, we do.
With us?
Yes,
Okay,
yes,
so
we do.
Mr. Musa Dankwa, if you look at the results that have trickled in so far, I mean, some of them very surprising. Does that surprise you too? I mean, I'm talking about results from NPP strongholds, where the NDC is doing so well in these polling centers. I mean, at these polling centers. Was that the same information you picked whilst you're doing a polling ahead of this by-election?
Yeah, Moro, remember I said to you that during the course of the polling, we saw voters moving from Charles Opoku to become what they call undecided.
Right.
And it's highly unlikely voters will leave you and go to undecided and come back and vote for you. So I said that these people are likely going to be Jetiqueson's voters. And that's exactly what we have seen in the polls.
Okay.
In Praso, and even in Breku, where that block of people were about 10%. And I said they could decide exactly what is happening because they tilt towards the Jetiqueson, and that's what is making the difference in the race today.
That's interesting. And so that's not far from what you had earlier predicted, because I recall that in your subsequent interviews, you said the same thing. You said the guys who have moved away from Charles, Charles Opoku, isn't it?
Yes, Charles.
Are likely to go with Mr. Jetiqueson, but they didn't quite state to you when you were talking to them that they will go to Jetiqueson. They were quiet. Why do you think they were quiet? Because that would have made your job, well, a lot easier, wouldn't that have been?
No, you see, voters, when they are with you, and I always say that if Jetiqueson wins, or if Charles Opoku loses, it's not because he was a bad candidate. It was because MPP launched a very bad campaign in Assin North. Because they had a perfect candidate, a candidate that has no political baggage, and they squandered it. But in the initial poll, he led 57% to 38%. And then suddenly money began to flood in, and then the project started, and then people got fed up, and they got what we call, really angry. So it was a backlash of the party that kind of went straight against Charles Opoku. He suffered the campaign from the campaign that MPP waged in Assin North.
Musa, I have a question to that. I remember same poll on Sunday when we spoke. There was 78%, I believe it was 78% who said they would take the money and also vote for the person who is inducing them. And you said that they were not being honest because the people suspected you had been brought there by someone, correct?
Right.
Absolutely. And I said to you, if you remember, that if they were really telling the truth, then MPP's candidate should be leading by miles.
Right.
But he wasn't. So it means that these guys were just playing along. Bring the money, we'll take it, and we'll vote against you. And that's exactly what is happening there.
Okay. Professor Jampo, so Musa Dankwa, the Executive Director of Global Info Analytics, when he presented his poll on Sunday, 78% of the people said, okay, you have induced me. I will take the money, and I'll still vote for you. And in the analysis, they said those people were not being honest. And it's showing in the voting. It speaks to what you're saying, that the voters are smart and that the politicians keep insulting their intelligence. And it's showing in the numbers.
We didn't need a soothsayer to tell us this. I mean, if you've looked at the voting pattern and the history of voting in that particular constituency, it will tell you that this is a very cosmopolitan area. It's made up of people from all walks of life. And they have been discerning in their choice of voting since they started voting. And so for me, I thought that many of the things that the key political operatives were doing merely amounted to romancing a stone. They had made up their mind. And like I said, I am just waiting for the end of polls and the declaration of results, and so that we can make certain pronouncements and caution politicians that look, if they think that the people are fools, then you see they are rather more foolish, because if you do one thing over and over and over again and it's not yielding a results, or you do one thing over and over and people begin to question and they expose that, look, these things that you are doing amount to both fine, and they begin to show you that we have seen what you are doing, then you should vary your strategy. But it appears that we have more of stomach direction politicians who, when they set out that this is the way to win votes, that is all that they want to do. And so for many of them, the way to win votes is that let us go share money.
Right.
For many of them, the way to win votes is let us starve the people of developmental projects, and when there's by-election, let us quickly and hurriedly go and construct some roads, use one day to construct a road, use one day to asphalt it, you want to use one day to construct street lights on them. And then the people, when they ask, will tell them that, oh, it was already part of our plan that we are implementing. As if we are fools. Not all of us are fools.
Right.
And if you look at the voting pattern and the analysis that the people themselves are making, it should tell you. And so very soon, unfortunately, unfortunately, now in the lead up to by-elections, politicians may also wise up, because now people are becoming discerning.
I mean, more before you come in, perhaps,
Right.
more by-elections in swing constituencies, because I think that they take the strongholds for granted, because, I mean, look at what happened in Kumawu. I mean, they knew, I mean, same poll spoke to that the NPP was going to win 70, NDC wanted to just do better, appreciate, have their numbers go up, but not to win.
Right.
Moro.
And no, I think it's a very poignant statement you've just made, because look, we're gradually developing a certain mindset, and I've had some constituents or Ghanaians who live in certain parts of the country who are asking that their MP, something must happen to the MP, whether he falls sick or he dies or anything like that. And it's something that we must be very careful about, So, it's okay. So if you now look at what is on the screen so far, something from the National Communications Officer of the NDC. That's an update from the NDC's collation room, and it says collated provisional results from 70 polling stations out of 99 polling stations. James Jachikwesing, 11,920. Charles Opoku, 8,882. LPG 55, and it says God is not the Supreme Court judge of Ghana. And well, I saw the NDC's coalition center quite impressive. Wasn't it?
Right. That was when.
But the parties come under some serious backlash. We should not lose
sight of the names, the big names that were in the room.
There,
it tells you just how serious
they've taken this elections.
They have taken this. We had a former GNPC boss.
Yes,
Alex.
That's
Mode.
Alex Mode.
Yes.
Alex Agbefia himself was there. Kofi Adams himself.
Buem MP. So it tells you just how important it is. And a lot of them, former ministers, former MPs, were all in that constituencies at polling agents, because they don't want to be taken for granted. But that cannot be replicated in the national elections, because you're talking about tens of thousands of polling stations, and I don't see that happening in the constituencies or in the general elections.
I'm interested in finding out from Professor Smatsapo, as a research fellow, Prof, that Professor Jampo says, look, in as much as we cannot treat this as the final results, it's provisional, but if it's some kind of an anecdotal evidence of a sort, if what we're seeing is anything to go by, what do you think the NDC got right, and what do you think the NPP got wrong, from where you sit?
Yeah, well, I think I side with Professor Jampo when he says that perhaps they should have had a barometer monitoring the impact of the style they were using in their campaign, and at each point in time review and change their plans. Okay. I mean, if you start on a note similar to that of Kumewu, then you were assuming that the dynamics in Kumewu was the same as that of Assin North. For me, that was wrong. Things that might have worked for you in Kumewu, I mean, should have been known that may not work at Assin North. I said during Kumewu era, when Media House asked me whether vote buying and inducing voters with projects, overnight projects, and all those things would work, my answer was that it perhaps works in strongholds, because there, the projects are only complementary. The people already like you, whether you bring projects or not. And you have constituencies where, whether or not, we know the MPP is going to win or the NDC is going to win. But I cautioned that if they move to Assin North and they deploy the same strategy, things may not going to we're not going to work for them, because the dynamics are going to be different, and that they should be guided by science and data, monitor each campaign strategy, review it periodically so that they yield the best outcome for them. Eventually, they went on the same style just as they did in Kumewu, and in a swing constituency, that is not going to yield so much for you. So I'm personally not surprised. They did their best, only that they
It's a research fellow that's with the Kumasi Technical University, and he's been talking to us about what he thinks the NPP got wrong in terms of their strategy towards this elections or by-elections, and what the NDC was just about to tell us what he believes the NDC got rightly as far as these by-elections are concerned. But I want to believe Musa Dankwa and Sami Obeng are still there. Musa, I'm going to come back to you. Okay, I think we've lost them. We'll try and get them back on. Okay. So he sort of agrees, largely with what you said, which is that the NPP got their strategy as far as this Assin North by-elections totally wrong.
It's a stomach direction strategy.
That's how you want to tell it.
We'll come to Prof for his comments on that. But people in Assin North have already started jubilating.
Oh, they're jubilating?
Yes,
hey.
They are. And of course, they have something to celebrate. First, the election has gone on successfully. Thank God we did not lose life as we did in the 2020 general elections. So let's go to Assin North and see which party is celebrating. Right, and those are scenes from Assin North. We'll definitely be going over because we have Henry Kwesibedu there. He's a senior producer here at Metro Television. Annie Efua is a presenter, news anchor, and also our central regional correspondent, Akwesi Adu, who has done a phenomenal job moving from polling stations to polling stations. And eventually, they will all assemble at the Collation Center, the mother of all, to listen to what the Electoral Commission has to say. of course, each party will collate their own results. I'm wondering, I haven't heard anything from the NPP. I mean, they are usually, the ones to show their strong rooms and tell us,
the NPP has curiously been very quiet.
Yes, and you know what? Just to borrow. Oh, I don't know what to borrow the words of Kofi Adams, that it's only empty barrels.
Well, I'm told Professor Smasapon is giggling too. So we're wondering what's happening. Prof,
why are you laughing?
What's happening?
I'm enjoying the conversation.
Because you heard Bridget say, Charlie, why are people quiet?
Because we heard that, we keep hearing that the NDC cannot collate their results.
Right.
The NDC is unable to collate their results. They went to court, of course it's not true that they went to court without collating their results. But what does this really say about how much preparation the NDC has put into this election and also going into the 2024 elections?
Right, Bridget, by-elections are meant for, and there's this argument in town that if there is a by-election, depending on the situation, the party whose member of parliament is affected should be given the sole opportunity to elect somebody who will then be sworn in at parliament, so that we save some money, save time, save all these things that went on in Assin. But by-elections also have some advantage. It gives political parties the opportunity to rehearse their coalition, rehearse their campaign strategies, rehearse a lot of things. And I'm sure if there is one thing the NDC would receive thumbs up for, I'm sure tomorrow morning news headlines and commentators would applaud the NDC for, then it will be for their coalition. In fact, overall, their campaign strategy and everything worked. But to sum it up will be the coalition, the speed with which they've been able to collate. And it is so because, like Kofi Adams rightly said, over the period, there's been this propaganda in town, fueled by, you remember when they were going for their national congress, the now national chairman had alleged that the former national chairman deployed a coalition strategy that could last up to only 5 regions and crashed. So perhaps, yeah, they are doing well. They are beefing up their strength and resources in terms of how to collate elections. And Assin North, as we have seen, has given a very good platform to rehearse. We want to believe that they will improve on the system they used in coalition and meet the NPP who, up to today, have been touting, have the capacity to collate, meet them so that when the two coalition centers come, it will come and collaborate what the EC would have done. Then there will be peace in respect of variation in figures. So we give them thumbs up. They've done well. This is one occasion where you can rehearse all the logistics and resources you may be deploying for 2024. And I think the NDC is happy the way the strong room has been able to collate things very fast. We wait for what the EC will say. Hopefully it will come and collaborate. Even if there will be variation, I think it shouldn't be so much variation. Numbers, anywhere you transport numbers, would go with associated errors. But I mean, the errors must range within acceptable range. Maybe some plus or minus 1 difference or plus or minus. It shouldn't be too wide from what the EC is going to collate. And we all will be happy that at the end of the day, numbers will be victorious, so that numbers will not be the basis for any chaos after this process. So yes, they've done well. They've rehearsed all their logistics, including how to collate. And all this while, I know they've been collating, know that it has come with challenges. This one, it appears, has been deployed incident-free. It didn't crash after maybe 50 polling stations or whatever. And they just have to improve on it so that we can save ourselves the long legal battle that comes with variation in data. If you have yours and I have mine, and we compare, yeah, the peace at home.
That the NPP may have given the blueprints, but to be fair to them, what if their silence is simply to ensure that they get everything right? Because it's a numbers game. They don't want to be first to come out with anything. I mean, just to be fair to them, it's not that they're losing.
No, but you, Bridget, you have been following kind of politics for quite some time.
Yes, sir.
And every camp would want to, around this time, issue out or make some level of statement, even if it's not a final declaration, do something for the side to know that there is still hope. You earlier referred to the famous, we are in a comfortable lead phrase that came somewhere in 2016 or so elections. And so around this time, it is quite worrying, not too worrying, but quite worrying, and it sends a certain signal that perhaps maybe the NPP has accepted the numbers that are coming in and do not have much to say other than to agree with the direction the wind is going. That is why perhaps there's been no such remark. Other than that, around this time, camps do come release some motivative statements to their supporters, remain calm, we are in control, we are also winning, we have collated the numbers, and everything points to the fact that, yeah, it is not a done deal for the NDC and all those things. But you will not let the NDC take this lead, have all its supporters in town jubilating, and perhaps come later to say the thing has changed, or changes don't occur in that manner. So perhaps it's a nice way of accepting that the numbers as we all are seeing, perhaps are in agreement with them.
Okay. All right, Prof, just so we have some provisional results from our correspondents who are in Assin North. We'll project just a few of those results. Achiano DC Primary, Moro, if you can go through that.
I think that's the Achiano.
Achiano, yes.
Achiano DC Primary. Provisional results, we have 100 votes for the MPP's Charles Opoku, and then James Jachekwesi got 76, as you can see displayed on the screens. And also there's Achino, I think so, Achino, Cocoa Shell Polling Station. We have provisional results, 174 votes for Charles and 154 votes for James Jachekwesi. And then we have the Akonfode, Cocoa Shed. Provisional results is for 258 votes for Charles and 1 vote for Benis of the LPG and 146 votes for James Jachekwesi. You can see that's the Kushi DCJHS.
So this was one of the must-watch areas by Global Info Analysts. They told us to watch this area.
Which is 200 for Charles and 213.
Okay, so it's swung to...
But what makes this polling center an interesting one?
I think he said it's an NPP stronghold.
It's an NPP stronghold.
Yes,
wow.
So I think that's what he said.
But so that's where James has won with 213.
213. I think he mentioned to that. Yeah.
Right.
Just 13 votes, but it means something.
Yeah. And then there's Methodist B provisional results, 172 votes for Charles, 144 votes for James Jachekwesi. And then you also have Methodist Church provisional results, 303 for Charles, 72 votes for James. And then we'll move to the next polling center. That's Pentecost A. Provisional results, 168 votes for Charles, 121 for James Jachekwesi. And then there's 147 votes for Charles, 147 votes for James. Whoa, they split it.
We actually need more constituencies like this, you know? Not stronghold constituencies. I'm not for that. I love... That's why I love my people.
You prefer the swing regions.
I love central regions.
They can
I'm
swing
a
at any
Fante.
time.
I'm a proud Fante, and I love my region. You cannot trust us.
Yeah.
You cannot win. You cannot win any seats and think that the next 4 years you will win. No, at all. No.
Nothing is guaranteed.
We don't make you comfortable.
Right. Primary provisional results for that's a primary. There's a place called Primary. Provisional results is called 266 votes for Charles and 121 votes for James Jachekwesi. All right, so then we have the Tatre and Kwanta Achino. Provisional results is 78 votes for Charles and 169 votes for James Jachekwesi. Okay, so those are the ones that we have.
Right, and so our reporter, Annie Efua Ampo, our presenter here, is saying that they are being locked out of the Coalition Center. Coalition Center is where lots of things happen. It is unclear the reasons they are locking them out, but that is where they are going to tabulate all these results that are coming in from the various polling stations, and then the Electoral Commission can declare officially who has won the Assin North seat. Prof, at this very moment, I mean, it's crucial because parties, you know, I'm sure the parties by now know the Electoral Commission will take its time to declare, okay, what must we now focus on? What should we be focusing on now?
Well, it's about coalition, and I am not too happy. You're telling me that reporters are being locked out of coalition.
Yesterday, are being prevented.
Centers. You know, where results are collated, popularly
open.
referred to as strong rooms, are places where people derogatorily feels that there are areas that results are cooked. But it's definitely would have representation from the various political parties there to see what is going on. But I believe that as part of proposals for electoral reforms, we, as a member of the Electoral Reforms Committee, we spoke about the idea of the strong room and where collation of votes, you know, were done. And the general consensus and recommendation was for such places to be open for all who want to access the place to be able to access, especially the media and representatives of political parties. So I do not see why some media people are now being asked to stay away. You don't want a situation where people feel that something untoward is happening somewhere. That's why we argued or made a recommendation for a national coalition center, like a stadium, where everybody who wants to be there will be there. Giant screen will be projecting results as they are fed into the system and all that. But it's not the best that people are being asked to stay away, especially reporters. But let's see how the political party leaders and their reps in those centers remain vigilant to ensure that no machinations render nonsense the expression of the wishes and choice of the people.
Right.
Sorry, Professor Smart Sapon, I believe you're still with us. And also Mr. Sami Obeng, you're still with us.
Yes, we are.
Great. Now, do you agree with what Professor Jampo has said, that the instruction to the media to leave the collation room sends a very bad signal? Or do you agree with him on that score?
Yes. Over the period, we have had reports from collation rooms, and those reports got to us better from the media. If you take reports from the same people, NDC, NPP, they may give you reports that sometimes becomes quite strange. We observed some during the presidential petition. But the media, and I remember very well one of your own friends reporting from the strong room and has his name cited even in the Supreme Court judgment after the election. So the media cannot and should not be asked to stay out. Why? What at all is going on in there? What I'm doing here in my office now is called collation, only that it is not happening at the official site dedicated for collation in respect of this Assin of by-election. But collation simply means elections are being conducted at some polling stations, and that there is one center where all such figures will be put together. A system perhaps have been put in place, or a common ordinary Excel like I'm using can be used to key in the figures in the presence of all party representatives. When the figures hit the screen, you have your pink sheet for that particular polling station. Just cross-check. If it is okay, we all press okay. Okay, let's move on to the next polling station. It is done. Up to the last polling station, 99, and the totals will be there for everybody to see. Numbers and percentages. Is this what cannot happen in broad daylight or cannot happen in the presence of the media? I don't think going forward, developing in our democracy, we should be encouraging some of these things. The plus or minus or net win, net loss analysis, and you were referring to Kushia DCJSS, for example. You see the NDC making some gains as at the last election, compared that to the last election, they had 193, and now they are doing 213. So about a plus vote. And this is an area where used to be a stronghold of, or a polling station where the MPP usually wins. 263 against 193 was that for the last election. This time we are seeing the MPP losing 63 votes, moving from 263 down to 200. And so if these such losses cuts across, and not to lead the proper coalition that is happening there, there is a polling station where the MPP lost as much as 170. For me, if you lose votes like that, and the net losses as I'm seeing here, the least of them is -4. But you have as much up to about 170, then perhaps you have a very serious contest ahead of you. So we will digest the figures as they come. But for now, please, if the instruction came from the EC should revise their notes. What at all is going to happen in the strong room that media cannot come there to cover? If for nothing at all, give them a certain distance, like observers can stand a certain distance and observe counting and all those things. Give them some distance, but it should happen inside the room so that they can give us the third-party view of what the NDC and the MPP reps will be reporting to us, so that there will be a third party to tell us exactly what happened, the way we want to hear it, and not the way an NDC person wants to present it, or the way an MPP person wants to present it. I think if it is true, they should quickly amend that. It's in error. It's actually in error if they should do that.
All right. Now, Prof, you know, there's a bigger conversation that's happening as to whether what has happened in Assin North, as I said, is provisional, yes, but, you know, we trust the results that have been given to us by our, how do you call it, from our guys on the ground. Now, if this is anything to go by, is this a reflection, or is this some kind of a precursor or an indication or a harbinger as to what is likely to happen in 2024? It's a big debate because some political science analysts have said, no, Assin North is too small to give an indication. Some say it is big and it's cosmopolitan enough to give us an indication about how the ordinary voter feels about, or sort of as a referendum on the performance of this government. Where do you stand on this?
The national picture is quite different from the local picture.
Okay. Sure.
So in a constituency, a typical local constituency, they have things that they prioritize. They have some parameters they look out for before they decide where to go with their votes. I would urge political parties not to quickly assume or start jubilating for NDC who is winning to jubilate and think that it is a reflection of what is about to happen in 2024. Neither should the MPP, if the trend is that they are losing, if they should lose, neither should they feel like, oh, then it's game over for us in 2024. Get used to, or get to understand local level politics, constituency by constituency politics. We can't put all of them together as though Ghana is one small place where the style is the same wherever you go. If you go to Kumewu and you have to give maybe 50 cedi to each person, then when you go to Assin North, you have to, the formula varies from constituency to constituency. Any political party that decides to go down, collect independent data, not data coming from party people who will tell you exactly what you want to hear. Oh, aha, BBI, you're fine. Everything is fine here and you are winning and all those things. They should engage services of independent researchers, get views from the people. Campaign strategy for 2024, Moro, should be bottom-up approach. The campaign strategy for 2024 for both MPP and NDC should be bottom-up approach. It should start from what exactly the people themselves want and what they want to hear, and not to perhaps sit in Accra and think that if I organize some 2 cups of rice and maybe 1 box of pepper or whatever, it is enough to procure victory or whatever for 2024. It should come from the people. Communication is key. The candidates they will be selecting is key. And somebody rightly said, I think Sami said earlier that he had no problem with the candidates both the NDC and the MPP presented, and I side with him. I had said from day one that the best candidate to secure victory for NDC is Jachikwesin. And in my view, Charles Opoku also, who came in to represent the MPP, was also the best candidate for Charles Opoku, for the MPP. At least the delegates of Assin North elected him, confirming that for them, he is the best candidate. So the two of them had quite good candidates. But then comes the strategy. The strategy. It gets to a point where if you analyze some of the campaign speeches, they became sort of negative to the campaign. Some statements became quite negative to the campaign. Prof has discussed the comment made by the president seeking to suggest that it's a foregone conclusion. The man is on his way to Nsawam prison or wherever and all those things. Yeah, maybe that is not exactly what the president meant, but yeah, you have communicated that one out, and not until it comes with the perfect clarity, people would misinterpret it. People will understand it the way you said it. I'm sure if you give MPP communicators the opportunity, they will come and redefine and re-explain what the president said and blah, blah, blah. But, I mean, on that platform, a senior lawyer of his caliber perhaps would have maybe just commented on the matter and refer it to the courts that, oh, this matter is before the courts, and so perhaps the court will determine and all those things. And not to give the NDC a message, come to interpret his statements for him and use it against him and all those things. They failed to vary their strategies. That is the result of today's election. In 2024, let political parties understand constituency by constituency approach to procuring the elections. Strategy that works for you in Kumewu will not necessarily, if you are lucky, they may work for you elsewhere, but it is not automatic that you can run a campaign with one strategy. You apply it in Kumewu, you apply the same strategy in Assin North, you apply the same strategy. No, I think political parties should do better than what they are doing now. For me, in summary, I would say nobody should quickly start rejoicing that 2024 is a done deal because Assin North is won. Neither should the MPP also give up because maybe Assin North is lost. Back to the drawing table, understand that dynamics vary as you move from one constituency to the other, and that at any point in time in the process of your campaign, have a team behind you reviewing the impact of the strategies you are doing and quickly be ready to amend if it's not helping you. Be smart. 2024 is going to be won by the party that decides to be very smart. The smartest political party is likely to win. So this is just an advice to them. This one is not for me too much of a reflection on 2024. I still think it gives them a room to go and revise their notes, more room for improvement, reorganize your strategy, let it reflect constituency by constituency, because things that works for constituency A may not work for constituency B. And the last thing is that have an independent, objective researcher behind you, monitoring what you are doing and reporting to you its impact, positive or negative, so that even on the battlefield, you can amend your ways. In politics, if you do the right thing, even a day is enough for you to win. If you do the wrong thing and you keep doing, you can be given 100 years and it will still not work for you.
Back to you, but we need to do this quickly with Professor Jampo, because he would also have to take leave of us. He has some other assignments to deal with. But before I come to you, Professor Jampo, okay, so let's go to the NDC strongholds. We're told there's some massive jubilations happening in the NDC's coalition center. Let's catch that action quickly, and then we can come back to Professor Jampo to pick his thoughts on a matter which is very important to me. Let's watch this. I see. So jubilation is ongoing. The NDC, as you can tell, are jubilating already ahead of the pronouncement for the final results as far as the elections are concerned. Now, let me just quickly do this, Prof. There's a question that's very important to me. Now, going into this by-election, what we noticed was that the MPP felt that as a matter of strategy, they needed to bring somebody from outside Assin North, strictly speaking. Now, I'm saying outside because, yes, he was born and bred there. He went to senior high, but I think after senior high, he's left, and, he's not been living in that constituency for a while. Never mind that he, goes and comes back and so on and so forth. But he doesn't live there, strictly speaking. He lives more in Takwa. That's where his business and everything is. But he's also somebody who was born in Brekum. And that's where James Jachikwesin gains a lot of his votes from. Because his family lives there. I'm told the family is a very philanthropic family. They've done a lot for the people there. And so that's why he's been able to win comfortably. If he won comfortably in 2020. Looking back, do you think it was a good idea? Because when you look at the results, like provisional as it is, you can tell that it really didn't, because they've rather lost more grounds in these.
No, you see,
these areas.
I still maintain that we want to wait for the final declaration of the results so that we can look at the anatomy of the processes leading to this particular elections, and then also dissect the results. But clearly, what you just said points to the fact that if indeed coming events cast their shadows, I should tell you that it was a wrong strategy. They perhaps didn't appreciate the persona of Jachikwesin, and they didn't appreciate how they themselves made him popular. And
yes,
you see, elections.
They sold him.
Elections is not about emotions.
They sold him to the
Elections is not about emotions. Okay, elections and politics of emotions would always produce this kind of results. It's not about emotions. It's not about splashing monies around. You see, it's about research. There is a science of it. I went to school to study political science from 1998. I have not left up till now. Right. Okay, it is within that discipline that I was appointed a lecturer, senior lecturer, associate professor, now full professor. Okay, so it is somebody's work to also study politics and elections. And so when you come to us, we'll give you the scientific aspect of it. So if you had gotten to me, I would have told you that the persona of Jachikwesin is such that you cannot, it will be difficult for you. And so if you want to break him, then you must use other strategy. But this strategy of trying to split votes with him, I knew wasn't going to work. I see. When the man has known no peace from day one up to the election time, you've forgotten that Kwame Nkrumah won election when he was in prison. Yeah. Why do you think he won? Okay, so, and the comments of the president, the man being held and pulled up here and there, and in the lead up to this election, we heard that his criminal prosecutions were going to be held on daily basis. How it all played out in the minds and psyche of people. You see, don't you think that you overly marketed the man? Okay, and how do you think you are going to fare when you have overly marketed somebody like that? And people, well, like I said, politicians are always emotional, and they also sometimes surround themselves with people who are only interested in money, and not people who will speak up the truth to them. And so when people come and deceive you and lie to you, you think that they are telling you the gospel truth. But clearly, look, I'm not saying the man has won. Let's wait to the final declaration. But when the final declaration comes, then we'll be able to tell you what really went wrong for the MPP. That did it. It's not about splashing money. It's not about giving 200. Hey, from 10 cities to 200 cities per person, it means you have a lot of money. Very soon, labor union will go on agitation asking for more salary. And let us see those who will tell us that there is no money.
The government has
200 cities per person. Do you know, if you look at the number of people who are going to be voting, do you know how much it will work up to? And so the point is, it is true in some respects that yet Sikaso Nanso Komodie. You see, the Sikano is being enjoyed by a few greedy people. Okay, they've kept it and they want the rest of us to be sacrificing. They eat, their stomachs become blossomed, and so they lose their belt, and then they sleep under both air conditions and fan. And then they will tell us that we should tighten our belt. I mean, it's not going to work. If you're able to give out huge sums of money in the lead up to elections like that, I mean, this was a clear case, I mean, of an election that, in my view, right from the word go, it was going to be difficult for the ruling party. I'm not saying they are for NDC, but I'm saying it was going to be difficult for the ruling party. Right. And if you wanted to reduce the difficulty, there were other empirical, proactive strategies that could have been resorted to, and not.
Are you saying politicians don't invest in research? I mean, these days they're all speaking to data. Or why would they sacrifice
data? I don't want to.
But Assin has been researching for.
Well, I don't. Let's not mention names here. But you know, let's not mention names here. But you know that some people have said they have done research, and it turned out that the outcomes of the research were just a figment of their own imaginations. And so research is not about, it's research. It's not about sitting in the comfort of your bedroom or deciding on whoever you want to talk to and then producing results. No, it is a serious enterprise. Okay, if I tell you the struggles that I had to go through in getting myself climbing higher the ladder of academic progression. So if I, through serious research, so if I hear that some people say they have undertaken a research and they are churning out some results, I keep asking myself that,
how do these guys do it?
Is this the same thing that I was doing day and night, that I was not sleeping every day from 10 p.m. to 4 a.m. consistently for 5 years, 10 p.m. to 4 a.m. every day, for 5 years every day? Is that the kinds of things that I did to get my research papers that they're also doing? And so sometimes, well, it's a free world. There's freedom, and so it's allowed when people claim that they have undertaken research and they are churning out results. It's allowed, but I expect politicians to be able to be smart enough in being able to identify those whose research are just cock and bull stories and those who really eat research, and so they can be able to look into your face and tell you that this one is not going to work.
Right.
They don't like us because you tell the truth.
Okay. Prof has to leave us.
Unfortunately, Prof would have to leave us. Professor Jampo, we want to say a big thank you to you for coming to, join us and have this discussion. We would have loved to continue to, have you with us to conclude, because how do we start and not end with you? But we understand that, your services are needed elsewhere, but we are grateful that you're able to make it here.
Yes, grateful to be here with you. I look forward to participating in more of your programs.
Right.
It's a nice place. So.
Thank you. Thank you so very much.
Thank you, Prof.
Whilst at it, I was just wondering how I would feel if I'm a researcher or I'm a poster.
Right.
And then I give some, I poll supposedly, and I come up with some results, and I do some forecasting, and then the actual results that comes out is nowhere near what I forecasted.
Well, I will not fault them so much. Because the American elections happened in 2015, right?
Yeah.
And that time, no one, not a single poster in America thought that President Trump, will be President Trump. In fact, the mere thought of President Trump was laughable.
Right.
People made jokes about it. And I remember there was one time, Hillary Clinton mounted a stage and was talking about a room where Trump had access to the nuclear codes. And the way she said it, like, imagine Trump having, and it was so funny until he became president.
Right.
So, yes, pollsters have gotten it wrong.
Right.
Yes, even the most advanced countries have.
Right.
So, I don't think that we should
But
I
get it. But I'm just saying that I wonder how I would feel when I don't get my predictions right.
It happens.
Because I don't know whether it takes a bit away from my credibility, or people will understand that, well, sometimes you get it wrong. And so
that's why I like the global info analytics. When they are explaining their polls, they can even tell from the demeanor of the people, that they are not being honest, and they don't leave that out in the final
there's a lot of
results.
psychology
When they are
in polling.
when they are doing the data collection and presentation of their final poll, they don't leave that out. They tell you that we don't trust this results.
Right.
So there's a certain honesty with how they poll, and I think that, I mean, pollsters are not gods.
Right.
They are not God, so you can't say, okay, this is what my poll say, and that's it. It's not cast in stone. So Global Info Analyst is saying that the 6.9% undecided voters will decide this election.
How do we differentiate? How do we then differentiate between a genuine pollster and a fake pollster? Is it?
There are people who sit at home.
Is it the number of times that you get your polls wrongly, or the number of times that you get your poll? I don't know, but it's going to be.
I think they do. I think people see. I think people can see when you're not being honest. Also, I think Ghanaians were not used to polls. We were not used to polling. It was okay to just say because of the parting. So if NDC has been winning in K2 South, you can just say, oh, they'll win again.
Yeah.
Okay. If NPP has been winning in second, you just say, oh, they'll win again.
Right.
But then the voters became sophisticated,
right,
because things are tough. They are changing because they realize change is good,
right,
and they must change. So
right,
they change and things happen. So now you cannot even predict. So now is the voters' behavior that still happens in the Ashanti region, in the Volta region, it happens. But there are certain places, and I keep using my people as an example, Central region. You can't say, I think one person who has done very well in being voted back to back is Afenyomarke, and I don't know how he's done that, you know, in his constituency, but it doesn't happen. A lot of them, one term, they are gone. And in Greater Accra as well, you know, Kole, what's the name?
Kole Kote. No, Kole Kote. That's
yes, the NHI boss.
Oh, you mean what's the
name?
name?
No, NHI boss. Not Zanet was.
Oh, what's the name of this guy?
Lejo Kuku. Yes, I forgot. I know. Doctor. So, we've got his name.
Oh,
we love him so much.
Abdallah, if you remember the NHI, the guy who used to be the former MP.
Oh,
yes, Okoboy, yes, Dr. Okoboy, yes, Dr. Okoboy, yeah.
Prof.
Smart is still on. Oh, I actually wanted to speak to Musa Dankwa, because of the conversation we're having about polls and sometimes how genuine some of these polls. So, Abdallah, Abdallah and the team, if you can get Musa Dankwa back, that would be fine, because, you know, he does. But yeah, Professor Smart does some polls as well. So, Professor Smart, you know, well, again, I'll come back to this. These are provisional results, but I'm sure you saw some of the polls that came out before this by-election. Would you say that if I'm a pollster and this election or the outcome of this election is way off what I had predicted, how do pollsters like you feel when your predictions don't come through? I mean, it's nowhere near where you what you predicted.
Well, Moro, I'm yet to know how it feels, because by God's grace, almost all the predictions I have done
have come to pass.
Yes.
Okay.
I've done 99.9% before.
I see.
In a poll that was, if I happen to be the only person who had predicted a win to the other side, so people ridiculed it. Others took to personal attacks and blah blah blah. And like Musa Dankwa said in the afternoon, I think before immediately we started this conversation, he made the point that he does it as a way of national service, and that he consciously releases his report quite close to the election, so that people who have not paid for his services do not benefit from it. So yes, he does it as a way of public service, and yeah, so, but what I'm saying is that you can have an accurate poll. Why not? If there is resources, and we have here in Assin North, for example, 41,000 voters, and you are able to engage at least a representative subsample, and I'm using my statistics cautiously, a representative subsample of what the population is about. So there are 91 polling stations. If you are able to do 20% from each polling station, what it means is that you are doing a population subsample of 20 across 99. You have qualified the rules for, or that governs the central limits theorem. And if you satisfy the rule for central limits theorem, you are very close to a prediction that is almost like that of the population. Forgive me if I'm doing study, but the central limits theorem says that whereas the representation from subsamples covers all the population, kind of, the outcome thereon is likely to represent that of the population. So my brother Musa Dankwa does 22,500 out of 41,000. What it means is that if he had resources and he had done a wider or a little more of the population, and I don't know where his samples came from, but I mean, if I were doing research in Assin North, what I would have done is to visit polling station by polling station and take sub-samples of that polling station. If I check your polling register and you are, let's say, 500, 20% of 500 will mean what? Then I spread it for that polling station and move to the end of the 99 polling stations. I have satisfied, number one, the central limits theory. And I'm doing it carefully because I have rules. In statistics, we have several rules that governs research that seeks to reduce error. And when your error is very much reduced, then the result is very accurate. That's all that means. So the first law, central limits theorem, I would have been cautious in taking my subsamples. Then we come to the sampling factor itself. Here, my brother Musa Dankwa is doing about 6%. All right, because if you do 2,500 and the population is 41,000, for example, then it means you have done about 6%. Yeah, if somebody else comes and do maybe 15%, he has increased his level of accuracy, because the law of statistical regularity says that as sample size increases, accuracy increases, kind of. So if somebody asks you what amount of sample should I use, the answer is simply the larger the better, and it is backed by the law of statistical regularity. So these things are there that guides research work that seeks to improve accuracy. So I'm classifying all research works into two: that which seeks to provide just information, and that which seeks to increase accuracy. If you are increasing accuracy, there are a lot of statistical rules, about 5 of them, that you must satisfy. There is something called elevation factor. If I use my brother Musa Dankwa's own, then what it means is that any person that Musa Dankwa spoke to shared a view representing between 16 and 17 other voters. And for me, if you are doing a poll, opinion poll, where dynamics are there, even a single day can change somebody's opinion, speaking to one person and allowing his view to represent about 16 to 17 other people, for me, it's not the best. But you know, what is the basis for sampling? The reason why Musa Dankwa or myself would choose a sample other than the population is resources. Prof was speaking about people who have learned. I am an associate professor of research design and data analysis. Why will I spend all this time learning all these things? And Prof was passionate. When if you saw him, he was like, why will I learn politics to full professor, and our services cannot be used? So yes, they have people who I'm sure will do research for them, both NDC and MPP. Maybe they want to give a view of what the likely outcome will be. But there is another research you can do if you intend to be accurate. If you intend to get it right, you satisfy all the rules. You make sure, of course, objectivity, and the people collecting data, assisting you to collect data, have also been adequately trained. And what I do is that even after the data has come, I personally take time to go and validate. That is why, for example, my research predicted 57.8 win for Chairman Wuntumi in Ashanti region, and he got 57.8. In 2020 election, my research predicted 51.4 win for the NPP, and they got 51.3, kind of. And when I said NDC was going to move from 43% to 46 or so, my research output is online. Those things, I got somebody, they were like, oh, with all this free SHS and that, people were predicting 56% for AP, blah, blah, blah. I mean, it gave a view that MPP was going to win, but such research works were not interested in accuracy. Else, they would have reported that they satisfy the central limits theorem, they satisfy the law of statistical regularity, they chose a very good sampling factor, they satisfied a very good elevation factor. There are a lot of things, about 5 of them you must report on. And me, when I see a research report and I'm to audit a research report, I take much interest in the approach, the methodology. And once I see proper report on some of these things, I am able to determine whether the outcome is likely to occur or the outcome is not likely to occur. This particular one, I was very interested, but Moro, as you know, without resources, we are unable to move. If it is around me, like a constituency nearby, I would have mobilized my team to do something pro bono. And like Musa Dankwa said, as by way of contributing to national interest matter. But I mean, university professor, how much will I have to sponsor a research of that nature? So we are here. We have demonstrated over the period that yes, research can give us a lot of insight into a journey we intend to undertake. And in fact, that is the essence of research. The basic definition, classic definition of research is to help managers understand the size of the problem and propose ways of managing that problem. That is research. And so anybody who wants to go into any adventure must first want to understand or try to understand the size of the problem and what are some of the means by which I can manage it. And you can't get this answer anywhere but from research. And so let's make very good use of the resources around. Politics has left the era of try your luck or anything goes type of things. No, politics is now scientific, very scientific, and it must be approached like that. But I mean, to answer your question straight up, there are very quality research works. There are some that are just to share opinions on matter, and you don't fault any of them. They all have a way of giving you an idea of how things are going to pan out. We can improve it. I'm sure Musa, if he had a lot of resources, would have increased the sample size from the now 2,500, that gives him an elevation factor of 1 to 16 or 1 to 17 to somewhere like, so that interview one person at least. If one person's view is representing 5 other views, it's fair. But for it to represent about 16, 17 other views, for me, these ones, I mean, they are the ones that, they are the issues that brings about the seeming disparities between research predictions and then the actuals. But Moro, in any case, the research is done prior to the elections, and it is supposed to give contesting parties last-minute information as to what to do if they want to reverse the issue. So for me, I would say, yes, Global Info Analytics submitted the report, and perhaps NDC took it very serious, perhaps worked on it very, very seriously to change it. Right. And it has changed in their favor. Okay. Maybe the MPP saw a lead as predicted by Global Info Analytics and might have rested and concluded that, there's a certain research that has come that says we are winning, and so I think we have done well. They started patting themselves at the back, and the reality has come. When the reality comes, we just oppose the reality as against the research prediction, and we try to evaluate and see where things might have gone wrong. And the political parties should take interest and do that, so that in the next elections, they will perform better than they have done now. So forgive me for the long tutorials on research, but I mean, this is what it is. And it's always good to be guided by science and data.
Prof, absolutely, we agree. And Musa Dankwa has even posted the conclusion and the commentary to the poll, the last poll that he broke, actually, the details of it on Metro TV here. We will go back to some celebrations in the Constitution. We'll have Professor Smart on Zoom as well, be on Zoom as well, because there's a lot more happening in the constituency. The action is really in Assin North, and we have men and women in Assin North constituency, sharing with us What is happening? I want to see some NPP on television. Why are we not seeing them? Don't we have reporters there? I really want to see them. I think we should try and get them. Are they avoiding the camera? Then please let's tell the viewers that they are avoiding the camera. Maybe they become camera shy. Who knows? Things can happen on election day. But let's find out. Where is Richard Ahiagba? There's a post with him saying that their system broke down. I don't know if it's fake. If it is, somebody trolling him that their machine,
it's actually trending. Except
if he did say,
we can't independently confirm.
Yeah, I want to believe that it's just somebody trolling him. But let's get them on camera. They wanted to speak to the media. They were in the media's faces everywhere. Wanted to engage, tell us what they were doing. I think that it's important that even now we get to speak to them and more. But let's go to the constituency. Those who are celebrating. Right. If you're a big fan of Good Evening Ghana or Mr. Paul Admotri, I did mention that myself, Moro, Annie, and Mr. Paul Admotri will be doing this. We have Mr. Paul Admotri on in Assin North. He is currently doing analysis of the results as it's coming in. So we're going to cross over and hand over to the team there.
Of picking a candidate from Breku seems to have fallen flat.
Yes, it seems to have not worked for them. For instance, let's look at DA Akofo DB. NPP 147, NDC 147.
Today?
It was a tie.
Today?
Yes, in that polling station.
Say that polling station again.
DA Akofo DB.
147,
147, 147.
What's the 2020
Let's look at the 2020. Yeah. NPP 111, NDC 90. 11.
Oh, I see. So
the difference
NDC
was 11.
closed the gap over
NDC
there.
closed it and tied up.
Tied up 147, 147.
147.
That's particularly interesting.
Also,
so that the NDC areas in the outskirts, the settlers areas, Ningo and other places.
Yes.
It looks like when we see the results from there, we'll see that they were returning a very heavy verdict.
Heavy verdict to go
yeah.
Yes,
yeah,
yes,
I see. I see that. That's quite interesting.
Yes.
Let me bring in Michael Angelo to talk about what we are getting in terms of what could the reason for this be. Michael, we've been going around and we are picking some information about where this really is turning. And if it's turning, it's probably turned in the last 3 days or something like that with that campaign. What do you pick up?
So in terms of how the direction of this election turned, there have been two possible narratives in terms of leading to Gyakye Quayson winning. The first one is a potential sympatheticness for Gyakye Quayson in terms of his court situation, perhaps the public rallying support for him. The second one is a bit more interesting in terms of an apparent concern raised against the opponent, Charles Opoku, that apparently if he was elected into Parliament, he would apparently work towards torpedoing the Comprehensive Family Values Bill, aka the anti-LGBT bill. So apparently that bolstered support, because on the grounds while we're there, we saw a lot of people saying that a vote for Judge Kwesi is a vote against LGBT. They were using less decent language, so I'm sort of paraphrasing what they said. And apparently that sentiment was really strong. It was as though voting for Judge Kwesi was sort of stamping your concerns, your cultural values down as a Ghanaian. Perhaps that narrative, whether or not it's true that that's what Charles Opoku was going to do, played a role potentially in this situation.
And was it too late for the MPP to counter that, for Charles Opoku to go and say, I don't support LGBT, I believe in family values? That was it too late?
So it's back and forth.
Was it that the MPP just didn't bother to look at that?
Potential. It was as though like the allegation wasn't worth engaging. So in a sense, because it was allowed to perpetuate largely through the masses, perhaps it played a role. It brings to mind, for example, Sam George's concerns against his opponents in the primary, saying that apparently his opponent was a potential LGBT financier. If these narratives are allowed to proliferate, apparently it seems as though they have the opportunity to do damage. Maybe that's what happened.
So that in going forward, should the MPP say, we are also anti-LGBT, we don't like LGBT, if that conversation goes around the country, is it going to then reduce the NDC's campaign portfolio?
Maybe, maybe not. But while we're on the grounds, what we're hearing really suggests that a lot of Ghanaians are actually against the LGBT thing. So if perhaps the MPP can raise their diplomatic communication on the whole LGBT thing, perhaps it would raise the
Right, so that's Mr. Paul Admochiri there. We will go back to him in a bit, but we still have a parliamentary director. What's the Parliament Africa? Samuel Obi. Samuel Obi.
Sorry, of the Parliament, Samuel Obi of the Parliamentary Network is still with us. Sami, I was, I'd asked you a question earlier, and I wanted you to chew on that. What do you think? Good, Sami is back on, yes. So Sami asked the question about the MPP strategy. So they decided to bring in somebody who they felt could actually, eat into the NDC votes in the Brekum area where, what was the name of the James Chassis Kwesi appears to be getting a lot of his votes from, even though it's supposed to be an MPP stronghold. And I'm asking whether you think that strategy, based on the provisional results we have collated or we've collected or received so far, appears to have backfired. Sami, can you hear me? Oh, I think Sami can't hear me. So Sami would,
I don't know if you can hear me.
Good, I can hear you, but I don't know whether you can hear me. Oh, okay.
We will try and connect. It happens, with technology. We can have these things happen. And on live television programs, these are bound to happen. But we'll go back to Assin North. I mean, Mr. Paul Admochiri is still there talking about it. But unfortunately, that network as well, his network is also failing. But he will definitely be back. I'm sure a lot of you want to hear his analysis on this. But it sounded almost like a concession, talking about what the NPP could have done in the last minute. He was also talking about the fact that did the LGBTQ plus issue that the NDC pushed play any role in, giving the lead to Mr. Judge Kwesi?
It's very difficult to tell. As Prof said, until we get the results and you do a scientific analysis of the results, it's very difficult to tell. Or you probably even go back to the people and poll again and ask them to do something more qualitative, to ask why they voted the way they did. It's extremely difficult to be able to tell what really informed, the decision to vote in whatever direction they voted, But we can only guess. We can only express our opinions. And for instance, I was asking the question about strategy gone bad. You heard what Professor Smatsapo said about the messaging. There was a problem with the messaging. In fact, some of the things that the president himself said about what would happen in terms of the fate of Judge Kwesi issues about how all of a sudden development projects had kicked in that constituency and so on and so forth may have contributed significantly to. So these are all opinions that people are expressing. They're free to express it. But Sammy Obing is back on the line, fortunately. Sammy, so please tell us what your opinion is as far as this question that keeps coming up from time to time, whether it was actually a good idea that the NPP brought somebody from Takwa, where he lives, has his family there, does his business there, brought him, imported him into Assin North because he's born in the same area where James Chachi Kwesing was born, and the intention was quite clear, which is go there and get us a bit more of the Chachi Kwesing votes. From where you sit and from the provisional results that you have received as well, do you think that perhaps this is a strategy that's gone bad?
Well, it appears to me that the NPP candidate was their best bet in these elections. Right. Remember that Mr. Kwesing in the 2020 elections beat an incumbent member of parliament, Ekiadrowa, who was the member of parliament representing the NPP in that constituency. Certainly, they needed something new. They needed to sell something new against Mr. Kwesing, who had just come in 2020 and had, changed the narrative almost completely. And they found in Mr. Opoku a candidate who had a personal track record of doing amazing things in the constituency, who aligns with the party, who comes from the place, but of course does not vote in the place. And they thought, well, with the limited time that we had, this was going to be our best bet. They gave it the shot, and if we are checking from the provisional results, it's not as if he has done badly, except that Mr. Kwesing's popularity still remained, very solid on the grounds. And that's perhaps the differentiating factor.
But if you also look at the fact that even though he doesn't, so it means that the resources in terms of the support that he got, there was literally state machinery at play as far as Assin North was concerned. It didn't make any difference.
Well, you see, Professor Jampo kept emphasizing on the point about how enlightened the Ghanaian voter has become, and how politicians must stop taking the voter for granted. In fact, I think that Mr. Opoku, with his own, weight, from his own personal merits, if the party had not taken some very wrong moves, in my opinion, that they took in trying to start up projects and yet defending them as though these things have been going on for long, especially also when the constituents have been saying time and again that, look, you had these projects started, you abandoned these projects just after the 2020 elections, and you are now coming here to restart these projects. We'll show you were paralyzed. If they did not do too much of that, which has ended up backfiring in their faces, perhaps they could have leveraged better on Mr. Opoku's popularity in that constituency for better results. But I think that the party machinery, certainly was not very popular in the constituency, and a lot of the things that they tried to do to be able to gain votes did not really go very well in their favor.
Do you think that the issue about LGBT, and just before you came on, Paula Dumochi was having an interaction, of course, the host of Good Evening Ghana was having an interaction with some of the guys he had around him, and some Legon students, and he was talking about the fact that he thinks that the LGBT thing that was thrown into the mix may have actually made a huge difference. From where you sit, do you think it did? Oh, we've lost Sammy Obing, unfortunately.
His network froze.
Yeah, we've lost him.
Yeah, we'll definitely reconnect. We'll definitely reconnect with him, right? And we will hear his thoughts on this. How much did that play in? And I remember, I think there was a one, interaction with the constituency where an NDC, member was campaigning and talking about how man and man will be allowed to marry, and woman if Charles Opoku wins. Oh, politicians. So, and people fear these things because the education isn't there, and I don't know. It's just crazy.
But here's the thing. We can listen to. Well, okay. So I'm told Sammy Obing is back on the line. Sammy Obing, good to have you back.
Sorry, I'm not having the smoothest of internet connectivity. Perhaps my internet is
across the
exhausted from
No, it's a general problem. It's a general problem. It's a general problem. Please bear with us. So I asked about the role that, to what extent do you think the issue about LGBT may have made an impact in the outcome of this this elections?
You know, this election was a lot about messaging. And, you know, I have argued from the very beginning that this Assin North constituency election was by far a precursor of what is going to be happening in the 2024 elections, by way of messaging, by way of how incumbency is going to play out, by way of what the people will take and what they will not take, by way of what kind of developmental projects and at what time can you bring it to them for them to be willing to stomach and what they will not stomach. All of these things are going to play out, including daily conversations on what's happening on the national level and what have you. And so the LGBT conversation certainly was one that the NDC campaign machinery on the ground found a very interesting way to smartly push into the system. And I dare say that it's, at least from the signals we are picking on the grounds, it actually did some damage to the NPP's campaigning abilities on the ground.
Wow, I see. That's quite interesting. Someone sent me a message, actually a personal message, and the person's question is this, that because it has to do with polling, posters, and how you can tell whether somebody's a genuine poster or the person is just doing business, etc.
Anything like a fake poster.
Because it's important for us as a media, because when you talk to somebody who's supposed to be a poster, somebody's watching or listening, and the person is taking some information based on what the poster is saying. So if consistently somebody's posts are not, coming to light, then if you continue to talk to the person, you may be deceiving your public. And that's why it's important that we have this conversation in terms of telling who really is a good poster and a bad one. But this is what the person says, and it's a very interesting question. He says, look, the question is, this is a by-election that most or not every Ghanaian believed, based on the 2020 results and what the incumbent MP has done, and looking at what the government is taking the man through, the odds were obviously stacked against the MPP, and the fact that the NDC guy will win. How can then a renowned poster get it wrong? Do you think it's a fair question?
Well, it is a fair question. The signs on the walls in these Assin North by-elections were a bit clear. However, I must say also that in the days leading up to the elections, things got a bit confusing if you really followed the situation on the grounds, because the incumbent government was putting in a lot of effort at projects development, big rallies. You saw the optics, and these things sometimes has a way of impacting on the minds of voters if care is not taken. And if you are particularly not on the grounds, you may be tempted to think that these things are going to play a very significant role in what is going on. But on the thing on polls and the professors you had on your set, both on Zoom and on the set, had made some very interesting and significant points about these things. That polls are an outcome of statistics, research, hardcore data, facts, figures, not conjecturing, and perhaps the days when people would just simply conjecture and have it right by sheer luck, are long over. It is becoming very obvious that there has to be more to it than conjecturing. It's about science, data, facts, figures. And if you would sit in your media house or in your academic office or in your party office in Accra and say that you are doing a poll that will be credible, then you'll be mistaken, really. And the more you get some of these predictions wrong, it's like a prophet who tries to prophesy and prophesies wrongly all the time. When we hear the next prophecy coming from that person within this Umofia land, we know where things are headed.
I see. What do you think, again, I'll come back to this question about, what do you think the NDC got right? And what do you think the MPP got wrong?
Well, I think that the MPP were very clear. The NDC was very clear in its mind as a party that Assin was
Again,
We've lost the executive director of
network
Parliamentary Network
is
Africa.
failing.
Network challenges. We're trying to get it. But it's a general problem, as I said. It's not something that's peculiar to Metro TV at all. So please bear with us. Let's now speak to Mr. Benef Singh, poster Benef Singh. He had made a prediction and said that the NDC, well, the MPP Charles Opoku was going to win the elections. Of course, he didn't give us by what margin, but he said from where he sits, it doesn't look like the NDC got a chance. Mr. Benef Singh, good evening. Thank you very much for joining us on Metro TV.
Good evening. Good evening to our viewers.
Right. So, first of all, can you confirm what was widely reported that you said that the MPP's Charles Opoku would win these elections?
It is true. I said that, and I got it wrong.
How does
the margin that Christian has won seems to be even bigger than the margin he won with in 2020. Even though the EC has not officially confirmed, the difference I'm picking up is nearly 6,000 votes margin difference. And in 2020, he won with about 2,500 votes difference.
Now, how did you get it wrong?
Oh, you can get it wrong. We did work mainly in the swing regions, in the swing polling stations, the swing areas. And I think that we got it wrong because we do representative sample. You can't do every polling, every voter. So in the polling business, in 22 years, I don't have 100%. In 22 years, I've got 83% right. So when you do polls, you get it wrong. You find out what went wrong. For example, in 2016, I got it wrong. In 2020, I looked at what happened in 2016. I perfected my art in the general election. And 2020, I said Mahama will lose by 500,000 votes. He lost by 514,000. And I said NDC will get most of the 32 seats they lost. They won 30 of the 32 seats. So when you go and you get it wrong, you assess what happened, then you move on. I mean, in 20, you don't need a license. And if it was an easy field, I'm sure many people would have been interested in also doing polls. When you get it wrong, you assess yourself, find out why you got it wrong, then you continue.
If there's any one useful lesson that you intend to learn from this experience, what would that be?
Oh, you see, what people don't know is that the most difficult of polls to do are single events like by-election or party executive position elections. They are the most difficult because if you are doing party chairman or party general secretary, you will have to get the delegates to talk to. If you are doing general elections, you look at the polling station results and work. You don't do research in an area where a party has won 65%. It's a waste of your time. You look at the polling station results and work in areas where the two parties get between 40-45%. These are regarded as swing areas. So the more difficult ones are positions of executives in political parties and single event by-elections. So we'll still do them and try and perfect the art of polling by-elections and of polling party executive positions. You see, when at times I get it wrong and people say why, I get a bit humbled. I'm not perfect. It's an art of trying to get into people's minds and what they will do. So maybe the over 23 years, 83%, perfection, they have high expectations of me. And I think that you shouldn't worry. I will look at where we went wrong and move on.
But Mr. Benefson, okay, Mr. Benefson, Bridget here. I want to find out, when do you think things changed for Mr. Jachikwe in this by-election?
You see, if you realize the NDC, in course of our monitoring, were very smart. especially when question was started. They said, if they are by-elections, your roles will get done and you will get gifts. So you vote for him. When he's even jailed, there'll be another by-election. You get those goods. Do you understand? So that, I think that, like Kumewu, people saw roads being done. People saw both parties paying. In Assin North, the roads were being done. So the neutrals will obviously, the two parties are not daft. They will go and try and give gifts to areas which vote 40% plus.
Okay.
And they know that, look, if we vote question and the trial starts in July 4th and he loses and he's convicted, they got another by-election, they got another goodies to come.
Okay.
Because the margin now is nearly 6,000, almost 3 times the margin he won with in 2020.
Right. Mr. Benefson, before we even get to talk about maybe the team that you work with, do you get the sense that sometimes when you're polling and you're talking to people, they are not being honest with you? And how do you factor that in your analysis and conclusions?
What we do when we are talking to people, we don't use a microphone. We use voice-activated tape recorders. And we talk to them why they voted at that time and how they will vote. So we look at the polling station results and concentrate on where the two parties got around 40%. So that is obviously saying we won't do any work where NDC or MPP got over 60%.
Okay.
So we talk to them, and in talking to some of them, they said, oh, well, if we vote Christine as a by-election, we still get things to do our roads. They said in a joking form, but you could see that it has sunk into their head, especially when they realize that even when he wins, he'll be going to court starting July 4th, and the courts will run daily. We started working on Assin North when Chris's case came up.
Okay.
Because the late Adamu Sakande, the heart of the judgment is that when you present your forms to EC, you should have had your renunciation. And it was interesting that the NDC itself had admitted that in 2012 and 2016, Mr. Christian tried to be a candidate and they disqualified him because he hadn't renounced. Well, this time he was able to slip through, and by the time he got his notification as a candidate, his renunciation had not come through.
Okay. When did you conclude on Charles to say he would win or might win the Assin North seat? At what point did you, collate what you did in the constituency and make a definite pronouncement that Charles Opoku would win?
Oh, we finished about 12 days to closure of nomination. 12 days.
Okay.
When we knew, 12 days to time we vote, yes.
Okay.
And we concentrated mainly in areas that it was 40 from the 2020 results, 40%, 42% for the two parties.
Okay. Well, can you share with us like the voter sample size, just so people can appreciate what goes into your work?
Well, I'm finishing my 7th book on Ghanaian elections, so all those will be in because I'm going to factor in what we do. You see, Bridget, you don't need a license to do polls.
Okay.
If it was easy, I'm sure many people will engage in it.
Right.
When I do get it wrong, I find out why I got it wrong.
Right.
And, like in 2016, let me give it 2016.
That
was the first I got it wrong. Right. I realized that I did not take into effect apathy. And if you know, for example, for 2024, I've been saying that if the NDC does not pick a running mate from Volta region, they'll have a problem. Because you see, in the US, for example, 2016, the blacks punished Hillary Clinton for taking them on when Hillary was competing with Obama. Now, NDC, in the last 3 elections, they had lost 6.6% in the Volta region, which is their stronghold.
Right.
Now, between NDC and MPP, for example, if Bawumia wins the flag bearership, he has no choice than to pick somebody from the from the Ashanti region. So the two parties, you have to get maximum votes possible from your stronghold. Okay. Then you struggle with each other in Greater Accra, Ashanti, and Western.
Okay.
So we'll see, find out where we went wrong, and then we'll continue with the polling.
Do you think that, I've asked the other resource persons this question, I'm going to ask you the same question too, Mr. Benepsin, which is, do you think it was a good idea for the NPP to have imported Mr. Charles Opoku from Takwa? And I'm using imported here advisedly. Imported him from Takwa to come and contest in Assin North.
You see, Opoku, I think, had been preparing himself for politics. Because for the past 5-6 years, he's had an NGO running. That is why he beat the other person who is based in Breku. Mr. Opoku had an NGO which pays school fees for people who can't pay, which gives exercise books, end of year, he takes care of the aged. So he's had a presence in Assin Breku. That is the biggest town in Assin North. He's had a presence there, and that is why he won the primaries. So not that, the other lady who won in 2016 for the MPP parliamentary and lost in 2020, he did not even contest because he had issues with some of the MPP executives in Assin Breku. So I think that, the other day I heard one of the NDC officials say that when Christian's problem started, Opoku had come to them to take him as a candidate. That means Opoku was not. I'm sure if the party NDC had not decided to take Christian, they would have taken Opoku. Because until then, Opoku seems to have been helping people in both sides of the political divide. That is why he could approach the NDC that you can take him as a candidate if you don't want Opoku. So I think that Opoku is still a good material, and if I'm sure maybe the NDC will look what went wrong. And I think that it will be interesting in 2020 because I'm sure that the NDC will have primaries again, and he would like to contest. And perhaps if in the event of another by-election, he will contest again, maybe the NDC will have to get a new candidate in the event of another by-election in Assin North.
All right. Thank you very much, Uncle Ben, for your time.
We will definitely be coming to you as well. Ben Efson says that in his 23 years as a pollster, he only got it wrong first time in 2016. And anytime he gets it wrong, he tries to investigate to find out what went wrong. And he told us some of it. We'll engage CDD Ghana, Dr.
Jonas Saikwapo. He's a research fellow with the CDD Ghana.
Good evening, and thank you very much for joining us.
Good evening.
Right, I am sure you've seen what's happening. There's celebrations here and there. Already, there are some, including pollsters, who are already having reflections on what they could have done right. Where you sit, what can you tell us about, what you have observed right from the voting starting till now?
Thank you very much. So I think every keen observer knew that Assin North, at least before today, knew that it was going to be very, very competitive. If you look at all the resources, all the two major political parties pulling in their top guns, from the president to the vice president out there campaigning for Mr. Charles Opoku, former President John Mahama, out there campaigning for Mr. James Quayson. You could tell that both parties were leaving nothing to chance. It was very difficult for me to predict who was going to win because I looked at the historical vote patterns in the constituency. And if you think of the fact that this actually used to be Honorable Kennedy Jepong's constituency until we got Assin Central carved out of Assin North and Assin South, and how close these elections have been in 2012, 16, and 2020. I was expecting a very close race, and again, giving all the energy that was going into it. Overall, a very peaceful election. Few skirmishes, complaints from both sides here and there. But my initial thing is, when you look at the results and you look at the gap, for me, it seems like how the NDC framed the narrative in putting Mr. Quinton again as the candidate appears to have won the hearts and minds of the people in the constituency.
Right. So, in other words, the people did not only feel the prosecution, but also the persecution of it, correct? And what about the president's last comment about working from prison, which is a comment that has been condemned by, lawyers, political scientists? How do you think that last-minute comment, very serious comments like that, could have had any influence on the voting pattern that we've seen today?
It's very difficult to know exactly what went into the minds of, the voters. But I was watching the news today, and there was a voter who was interviewed. It was a lady, and she said, let him go to prison. Let us have another by-election,
and the place will develop.
We will still vote for him. So it appears that, for me, the framing of his election, or the NDC putting him up again as an issue of justice, for the right thing to be done, that this was a person who was being unfairly persecuted, I believe won the hearts and minds of the voters. I would have preferred that, when the president started his speech, I believe he started off right when he said, look, it is not the NPP that is chasing him. It is the laws of Ghana that is chasing him.
Okay.
And I wish he had ended the message there. But to have included the other statements, then I think undermined the original statement of it is the laws that are quote-unquote chasing him and not the party. And I feel like the voters who prevailed and voted for Mr. Quayson really rejected that sort of quote-unquote fear that something untoward was going to happen to Mr. Quayson, and defied whatever that untoward thing the MPP was describing.
Okay. And Doc, so apart from the fact that today we saw persons receiving 200 CD notes, cash, the amount of developments that has gone in, even today, the roads were being fixed, and yet these people went against the government. Do you think that with this blatant rejection of last-minute development by government, politicians will learn anything from the last-minute project, last-minute thrusting, and vote buying in general?
I really hope they do, right? So in 2020, in the CDD Ghana pre-election survey, one of the questions asked whether they've been receiving, or politicians have been offering inducements. Then the follow-up question was, what do you think you should do when you get these inducements? And you will be very surprised to see the percentage that said, I'll take it and I'll still vote the way I want to vote. The Honorable Kennedy Ejapong, recently in one of his campaign stops for flag bearership, also made that statement where he says, look, if they come, if my opponents come, whatever they offer you, take it, but still vote the way you want to vote. I'm hoping that eventually politicians will start to realize that, at least in certain places, maybe it may not be a general phenomenon, but at least they'll start recognizing that there are times where voters are more than ready to defy some of these inducements because they can see through it and they can read through it. To think that for 2.5 years, you don't really see a vigorous pace of development, and then just before a by-election, you see a much stronger pace of development. I'm sure some voters can read through this. And I think they can also see what happened in Kumewu, right? That once that by-election is over, they can see that certain things, generally slowed down.
Okay.
And so, yes, so in Assin North, I'm sure the calculation too was, we'll take the development, but we'll do what we want to do.
Dr. Sai Kwapong, we would kindly ask you to hold on a bit for us. We would speak to a member of parliament for Sangnerugu constituency, known for his proverbial utterances. Unfortunately, he won't be returning to the 9th parliament because he lost to a much younger candidate in his own party, ABA Fuseni. A very good evening, sir, and thank you very much for joining us.
Yeah, thank you very much.
I am wondering if you can put into words what has happened in Assin North.
First and foremost, let me say Alhamdulillah, Alhamdulillah, Alhamdulillah.
Right.
All thanks and praises be to Allah Almighty, the maker of everything. I have always said that Allah Almighty does not condone fraud, dishonesty, untruth, and the actions of the wicked. Allah Almighty has shown by what has happened today that the hopelessly uninspiring government of Nana Akufo-Addo and the MPP, which have plunged Ghanaians into such deep-seated levels of misery and suffering, has been shown a signal that it is on its way out. And I can just say that what the good people of Assin North have done today, we should send a clear message on behalf of Ghanaians that the days of the New Patriotic Party and the Nana Akufo-Addo and Dr. Bawumia in their government is over. That they are only living on borrowed time. And that by the grace of Allah Almighty, on December 7th, 2024, Ghanaians will show them the final exit. And I want to tell you, Madam, mark my words, when Nana Akufo-Addo leaves power, the day he leaves, Ghana would witness a carnival. People will rejoice in the streets like never rejoiced before. Because the 8 years under the MPP will be like a bad dream that has gone, never to return. And the smiles will return back, will return to the faces of Ghanaians, to the contorted faces of Ghanaians who everywhere are suffering unprecedented, crucial, excruciating hardships, never before experienced in the annals of our country's history. Never before have our country sunk so low in the eyes of the international community. Never before has our economy been so catastrophically mismanaged under a government and under a visionless and clueless leadership like we've had under President Nana Akufo-Addo and Dr. Bawumia. I think that the people of Assin North are telling Ghanaians that the time for change has arrived and there is no turning back.
There are some who are saying that it is too early for the NDC to jubilate. What would you say to that?
I'm sure in the run-up to the Assin North elections, you heard what the MPP said. They said the victory of the NDC and Joe Question was a fluke. My sister, they said that even though the gap that Joe Question gave the MPP candidate was about 3,500, they dismissed it as a fluke. Today, the gap is almost 6,000. That is a ringing endorsement and a clear rejection of the circumstances under which the MPP sought to get the judiciary to do their dirty work of getting Joe Question out of Parliament for them. And I'm sure you have already witnessed many people comment that what the Supreme Court did was a grave act of a travesty of justice to deny a legitimately elected member of Parliament his seat to represent his people. Ever since Joe Question arrived in Parliament on the 7th of January, they have sought to stultify his work in Parliament.
But sir, he still has a court case, and the president made a statement that he cannot work from jail. What if he is jailed?
My brother, it is one of the most loose talks a president can ever engage in. It's unfortunate. If unfortunate, we have to describe him as such. The president likes engaging in loose talk. And our people have been saying that if a lion is found of patronizing the marketplace, they will treat it like a puppy. I'm sure that if he descends into that level of loose talk, I'm sure his integrity and his image will be on the line. And people will treat him with disrespect. His office is of high repute and respectable. And I think he must shy away from making those kinds of loose comments. That is reserved for serial callers. If a serial caller had said what the president had said, maybe he would not have taken notice. But to come from the mouth of the president himself, who is a lawyer, and who should be the first to know that there is a presumption of innocence before proving guilty.
Right.
He knows that. And for him to go to a rally and make such loose comments speaks clearly about the desperation of the MPP under his leadership. It speaks clearly of the extent to which our governance system has been so lowered. The bar is now so low that in his party, look at the number of people who want to even come and contest and succeed. Because he has lowered the bar so much that they think the presidency is that cheap. And any of them can get there and be president. So it's very sad. And I'm happy that the people of Assin North are showing the MPP the way that this is the way they'll be uprooted like cassava on the 7th of December 2024 for His Excellency President John Dramani Mahama to come back and assume the reins of this government and put this country back on its feet, put this country back to work, put this country back to production, and ensure that the lives of the Ghanaian people will be better than it has been before. President John Dramani Mahama is coming, NDC is coming, and that will be a day of liberation for Ghanaians once more. And I think that Assin North, the gallant people of Assin North, my sister, I can tell you, I have been here for 3 weeks. And I can tell you without any iota of doubt that these are a very credible people of image and integrity. Look, the MPP brought everything here. I would have said that they even opened the vaults of the Bank of Ghana. They brought everything here. There were places. Look, in the police station that I was, they were sharing this money, which I'm sure you would have heard that there was confusion. 1,000 for people who came there. 1,000 Ghana cedis. You can pay pensioners, road contractors, all those other people are languishing in misery because their monies cannot be paid. And this is the colossal amounts this government has brought to come and share for a by-election. But the good people of Assin, they took it. And we have told them along the line, when they bring those monies, those are your monies. Take them and vote them out. And they did a yeoman's job at that. They took the monies and voted out the MPP. I am just telling you that the gap has moved from 3,005 to nearly 6,000. They have given Honorable Joe Kwesi the ringing endorsements, more than even the MPP could have ever dreamt of. Ringing endorsement of Joe Kwesi back to Parliament. And Joe Kwesi has made history. He will be the only MP who is sworn in 2 times under a particular term of a Parliament. Fantastic history for Joe Kwesi and the NDC. And I want to take this opportunity to ask all Ghanaians to stand in readiness to kick out this hopelessly uninspiring government of Nana Akufo-Addo and Dr. Bawumia.
Thank you.
To bring His Excellency President John Dramani Mahama on board so that he will cleanse our tears and bring back the smiles on the faces of Ghanaians and open a new era in which our governance system can be elevated. Our image as a laughingstock in the eyes of the international community will be redeemed and Ghana will work again.
Well, I mean, here at Metro TV, Honorable A.B. Fusini, this is Moro Audu here. Here at Metro TV, we've been impressed with your state-of-the-art collation center. I'm talking NDC. It looks like you really took this elections very, very seriously.
This is a rehearsal for 2024, and I can tell you that whatever people said and thought of us as this, we are ready, and like President Mahama told you, by the midnight of the 7th of January 2024, we'll be holding our results.
I see.
All right. And this tells me that we are serious, and Ghanaians already have indicated that they will give us the power. And I can assure Ghanaians that there will be a new era of prosperity and happiness for Ghanaians. And let all of us psych ourselves in readiness for that. And a better Ghana is coming under the leadership of His Excellency President Dramani Mahama.
It's taking a tad too long for the Electoral Commission to come up with the final results. Are you also anxious?
Oh, mother, I'm saying that, come and see, there's carnival on the streets of Breku, the district capital. There's carnival here. The streets are full of young men.
Okay.
They are dancing their hearts out. Young men and women. And I'm sure that the result has already gone across the length and breadth of Ghana. Nobody can steal the verdict. It's impossible.
Okay.
They say that if a fowl says it doesn't drink water, it can pour away and it pours the one in the calabash away. If it will attempt the one in the barrel, it will get drunk.
Okay. Oh, no, thank you very much. Thank you very much for your time.
Not this water. No matter how hot the sun is, it will set.
Right.
And the setting of the MPP sun is there.
Okay.
We have told them that they are functioning like a house that has fallen. You don't ask whether the roof is still standing.
Okay. Thank you very much for talking to us, Abi Fuseni there. Okay, so the news we're receiving is that I'm sure you've realized that we're not getting NPP executive, the New Patriotic Party's executive to speak to. We have team in Assin North, they have tried. We have Mr. Paul Admotri on standby. We're waiting to see that, he will bring us some names on screen. We're struggling to get to them. And the news coming in is that some of them have already gotten into their Land Cruisers, their four-wheel drives, and they're already on their way back to Accra. That's the news that we are getting.
Well, that won't be surprising. I mean, if you've lost the elections, I mean, what are you doing there? I mean, that's why I'm surprised that the Electoral Commission is yet to officially come up with the results. I mean, if what we're picking is anything to go by, means that the MPP realizes or recognizes that it's a lost case for them. So, but I don't know. But we'll perhaps would have to get back to our reporters on the ground to tell us what's happening at the coalition center or the coalition room or the strong room, what they are picking up. But let's come back to Dr. John Osai-Kwapa.
Yes, sure.
Dr. John Osai-Kwapa, are you one of those who agrees with the NDC's position that Assin North, the outcome of this election is an indicator of what is likely to happen in 2024?
Good question. So, you can read that meaning into the election results, particularly because of the competitive nature of that constituency, right? And I know that the two parties would have jumped on a win to make that same case. If the MPP had won, I'm sure they would have framed it as, look, we are not as vulnerable going into 2024 as you think. But now that they've lost, I'm sure that they would say, look, Assin North has nothing to do with 2024. All elections are local. That is where it ends. But I think that when you lose a competitive place like Assin North, and when you win it like the NDC has done, it can claim the momentum, right? It can really point to that and say, look, we've shown what we can do if we put in this sort of machinery in one constituency, and if we can leverage it across all the remaining, however many constituencies are always very competitive in our election. But I think for me, there are some lessons from Assin North. And for me, one of them is I hope the ruling party is able to read in between the lines and realize that there is quite some vulnerability as they go into 2024. Because again, for all the messaging, all the development, or all the efforts to show some action in the constituency, and to also really make statements that pointed to the fact that this is a candidate that, if he was elected, would probably not be able to serve out his term because an unfortunate outcome of a court process is awaiting him. And for voters to have still been that defiant and even increase the gap between 2020 and this by-election, for me, is very telling. And I'm sure the NDC is going to really seize on this momentum.
When the Global Info analysts conducted their polls, one of the things that they said was that it appears that the younger folks were gravitating more or were on the side of Charles Opoku, and then the older folks, older as in from 25 from 35 upwards. But it was the younger folks who were more keen on collecting the monies and the freebies from the politicians. It means they didn't vote that as massively as, the candidates thought they would. Okay. Help us understand these dynamics.
Voters are motivated by different things, and they would take whatever incentives they would give you. But at the end of the day, turnout is really key, right? Victory is a mathematical thing. Whoever can motivate as many people from their side to show up and actually vote is who at the end of the day, wins. And you can see that they were not leaving any stone unturned to make sure that they pulled off this victory. I mean, at the end of the day, I think they would have to prove to find out who truly ended up, showing up or not showing up. But you can't, for me, you can't take any chances in the mobilization efforts to get, your voters out, and you can see that that determination was really there. Global Info Analytics is doing some really great work in polling voters, and for me, one of the other things that I found very instructive about their most recent poll from the constituency was showing that there were about 6% of voters who were still undecided, and showing that it was also a very close race. It will be interesting to see if they would go back and see how many of that, or how much of that 6% undecided broke for Mr. Kwesi, because it looked like that made a huge difference. Because I think in their last poll, Mr. Charles was just ahead by, I think, 1.1%. But when you see how many were saying they were undecided, I'm speculating that those undecideds at the last minute broke for Mr. Kwesi. And I'll be very interested to see what Global Info Analytics follows up to do in Assin North.
All right, I believe we have a colleague on standby. Doc, in the Global Info Analytics poll, the younger folks, yes, were supporting Charles, but also in the analysis, they did mention the young people don't go out and vote, so they'll take the money, so they won't go out and vote. And I think during voting, we did not see a lot of young people. So when that comes out, it gives the other party naturally the edge. So what will it take to get young people who voice out their opinion, they're very opinionated about issue? What will it take to get them to the polls beyond Assin North?
Beyond Assin North, I think you have to, a friend of mine used to frame elections as elections has consequences, right? And I think sometimes, especially for the youth, they cannot really tie an election outcome to what it actually does for them in their everyday life, whether how it affects or does not affect their pocket, especially if you're talking about 18 to 21, probably they are still in school and therefore may not really feel the pinch of any economic challenges that their parents may feel. But I think for me, it's these parties still trying to impress upon the voters within that 18 to 25 age bracket that if nothing at all, our democracy is at stake, there's civic virtue in voting, and that really, even if the policy choices of our parties do not have direct bearing on your pocket, it still has direct bearing on those who provide for you. So let's say your parents, your uncles, your guardians, things like that. There's a group that I've been following their work called 18 Plus for NDC. And the young lady leading that effort is doing some tremendous work in mobilizing voters within that age bracket to say, look, voting is important. And more importantly, we want you to vote on our side. And I think, or should I say, I hope that, our parties would emulate that kind of blueprint to energize younger voters, to impress upon them that it is really, truly important to be very engaged in the democratic process and vote. If you truly believe that there are things at stake that would better not just your life, but the life of your community and the life of the country as a whole.
Right. Thank you very much, Doc. We will go to Assin North now, the Coalition Center, because my colleague Henry Kwesibedu is at the Coalition Center.
Hello, Bridget. Can you hear me?
Henry, we can hear you. We can hear you.
Sure. So, Bridget, what you can see on the screen is the EC's collation of the Assin North results. As I speak to you now, it's about 15 minutes to 9, and the Electoral Commission has done 89 out of the 99 polling stations. I'll take our viewers through the results that we have here. For the MPP Charles Opoku, it just moved, this is real time, so it just moved to 90 out of the 99 polling stations. For MPP Charles Opoku, he has 42.69 of the votes. The LPG's Stefano Benis Enyonam has 0.29% of the votes. NDC's James Jachikwesin has 57.02 of the votes. And this is the team of the EC that is here with their laptops and their equipment getting the results in. So as the results trickled in, they put them on their machines, which shows us in real time what is happening. They've done 99 now, and I think that there's no way back for the MPP. These are the confirmed results from, that is the EC. But I'll take you around for you to see something. This is the side of the NDC, and you could see Baba Jamal, who is here monitoring what is happening. I'll go to him and speak to him briefly. You could also see Dr. Alex Mood, who just gave me a wiper. He's seated. And there are lots and lots of the NDC bigwigs who are here in the house. But when you go to the side of the MPP, there's no one here. Interestingly, there's no one here. You know, you could see the election observers, Dr. Kojo Pumpuni Asante of the CDD and also Kodeo is here. They're also observing what is happening. The police is also here in their numbers. But on the side of the MPP, there's no one here. Interestingly, Bridget, you've been asking where they are. But let me try and speak to Dr. Kojo Pumpuni Asante on what they picked out from the by-elections here in Assin. Doctor, you're welcome to Metro TV. Yes. What are your reactions of the elections? Pockets of violence here and there. But what do you make of the general conduct and how things panned out?
I think it was generally very peaceful. We went around in the morning, through the afternoon. The queues were moving very quickly. I think by 2 p.m. most places were done with voting. A few people were trickling in because of market day in some of those places. The police were all over the place and sort of ensured that all the voting areas were peaceful. I think there was one major incident in the Praso area where it involved the use of firearms. I think one person got injured. Not sure whether it was through the gunshot or, but it's something that the police are following up. That I believe that the perpetrators will be identified and brought to court on that matter. But apart from that, the collation has been peaceful. I think people already done the collation.
Yes.
Because it's one constituency and people are able to send the results very quickly.
Yeah.
So, in all, I think we are satisfied with the integrity of the process. The Electoral Commission handled a lot of issues very nicely, amicably, without any confusion. So we have to also commend them for making sure that everything went through.
Okay. Do you think this has been one of the most peaceful by-elections we've
yeah. Particularly in a competitive field.
Okay.
Because there's always a concern that, particularly with vigilantes and all those things. I think the police handled even the skirmishing in Praso. I mean, the police could have been heavy-handed, but most of the police officers who were there were unarmed at that time and seem to have contained it, save for that unfortunate incident, which I think should be still pursued. So I think it's definitely one of the most people.
Okay.
I mean, coming back of my hour,
Sure. So we are hoping to see an official report from Kodeo.
Definitely. I think we'll definitely end of close of the report, and then we hope to see something more substantive about some of the build up to the election and other preparatory issues like inducements and media and all that kind of
Okay. All right, sure. Thank you very much. That was Dr. Asante. I just spoke to the. But what I would do is to move quickly to Baba Jamal and get a word from him. He's busily taking, some shots. I'm sure that will be in his album to remind himself of the victory he's had here. But Bridget, I might say that we are left with just 2 polling stations. Let's have a see. We are left with just 2 polling stations. The EC has been able to collate 97 out of the 99 polling stations, and very soon the Director of Electoral Services for the EC will be declaring the results here at the Catholic Training School in Assin. Baba Jamal, you're welcome to Metro TV.
Thank you.
I've seen a lot of NDC, big wigs here. People who are in charge of elections and all of that. Why are your colleagues on the side of the MPP?
They always run away when they lose. We always stay even when we lose. We saw us in Kumeru when we even lost. We were there to acknowledge. We were there to acknowledge the declaration. But they always run away. But they don't even make the game give us some excitement. And whatever these have been made, we have won. They are happy. We thank the people of Kumeru to show that they know what they are about, and I think that is a good exercise for us as a party and for the country.
Okay, sure. Thank you very much. Bridget, the collation is done. It is done here, 99 out of 99 polling stations. And MBB Charles Opoku has he garnered 12,630 of the votes. This is the official collation from the Electoral Commission, which represented 42.15%. The LPG's candidates has 0.29 of the votes, and the NDC's James Jachikwesin garnered 50. His total votes represented or translated to 57.56%. So this is the official declaration. We are waiting that the returning officer would declare or officially declare the results. So that is what is happening here. 42.15 for Charles Opoku of the MPP, 0.29 for the LPG's candidates, Stefano Benes and Yonam. James Jachikwesin garnered 17,245 of the votes. The LPG's candidates had 87. The MPP's Charles Opoku, 12,630. So yeah, the final result. I'll leave it here so you continue in the studio, and we'll be bringing our viewers official declaration here at the Assin Beku or of the Assin North by-election. Over to you, Bridget.
Okay, Henry, thank you very, very much. I know the numbers were a lot. Our graphics team are working on it, and very soon we'll just put it on the screen for you to have a look at it in terms of percentages, the number of polling centers that have been collated. I think he mentioned over 90 of them. So we're really at the end of it, but we would want the official declaration of results. But at this very moment, I'm sure from what we're seeing, if you are in the NPP, they probably know that's why they're extremely quiet, because the NPP is not a quiet party. They are not quiet about anything. I mean, you saw them in the constituency. The president was there. I'm sure we'll even play some of the videos from the constituencies, when the president was there. The vice president walked through AstroTurf that was flooded, to go to the constituency. Majority leader in parliament was there. Presidential hopefuls, Kennedy Japan, Assin Central, correct? Oh, yeah.
Central MP.
He was also there. So
Alan Tremontaine was there.
In fact, even
in quotes,
frenemies, became close pals because of this Assin North constituency. Yeah. So it's telling, deafening silence, really, from the NPP that we can't seem to get anyone. We can't seem
but
to
when you
even
look,
cite them
but
anywhere.
Beatrice, I know we're going to go on a break, but when you look at the numbers, the people who came for the final rally of the NPP, I mean, it's like, whoa.
It wasn't a rally. It was like a carnival. They were celebrating.
Yeah. And I was like,
you know?
whoa.
I won't be surprised if the caterpillars
really
are leaving the constituency.
You mean excavators?
Excavators, yes, excavators.
Right,
yes,
interesting.
We're taking a break. Yes, we need to take water.
Fear delegates or fear voters?
Fear delegates. No, I think this is discerning voting.
Discerning voters.
You can give me 1,000 cities, you can give me 100 cities, you can give me 2,000, paint my road, put whatever, bitumen, do it, and we still won't vote for it. So voters are wise. I trust my people. Oh, Central. Okay, we're taking a break. We'll be back.
All right.
Leadership is the fulcrum around which all human development efforts revolves.
I will be careful to put it past the NDC. They're capable of doing all of these things, just to create a certain picture of them being intimidated, which is not. If anything at all, what you saw in this perimeter shows that the NDC is the one exceedingly aggressive. Nobody's aggressive. We started from yesterday, from the media stands, how they were booing people, wouldn't allow people to talk. It's a precursor from yesterday, and I was talking about it to my team to say that we need to be alert and be careful. And what we are seeing here is exactly what we saw yesterday. It's magnified today. So the NDC is creating these things for their own defeat narrative. I mean, you can't put anything past the NDC. They are capable of doing anything. You remember they told us that they are going to approach this election or any other election with full aggression. And so I won't put anything past them. They are capable of doing anything. But the truth of the matter is that for us, the New Patriotic Party, we know we have worked in. We know if everything proceeds peacefully, we are going to win the election. So there cannot be anything on our part trying to create chaos, which will affect.
NPP, DIAD, 3 SHS, 1 AD, 1 constituency, 1 ambulance, 1 AD, and then digitization, Abeduha, more magnifica from Momo, from Vodafone to MTN, problem in your hobby. And yes, moment today, I renew for national health insurance for mobile school. And yes, Nina, Mputu Juma, MPP, any Nanado, Dambo, Kukuado, Yadiaba, Assin North. So, MPP, dear, Mupen Kuntua, young voting by Charles Okoku. Because voting by NBC Yuma, dear, no way to hear. Ontunin Konala Kukuado, Ontunin Bani, Ontunin Chief of Staff, Okotana, now a new team, Namuya, Puncho, Pia. Mongoli and Charles Okoku,
I've Ghana for Papa. And check my name with you. You're really free. You're really free. You're a control. You're a second. Sa Paswa.
Right, and those were highlights from the campaigning, period, and these were just a few days ago. Now, good evening, Ghana. Welcome on. Mr. Paul Adumochiri is ready, and so the announcement of results, the final collation will be announced by Mr. Paul Adumochiri. So stay tuned to Metro Television and see or listen to the official announcement of results by the Electoral Commission. But from us here in the studio, we are handing you over to Good Evening Ghana in Assin. So stay tuned to Metro TV. The coverage continues.
I will be careful to put it past the NDC. They're capable of doing all these things, just to create a certain picture of them being intimidated, which is not. If anything at all, what you saw in this perimeter shows that the NDC is the one exceedingly aggressive. Nobody's aggressive. We started from yesterday, from the media stance, how they were booing people, won't allow people to talk. It's a precursor from yesterday, and I was talking about it to my team to say that we need to be alert and be careful. And what we are seeing here is exactly what we saw yesterday. It's magnified today. So the NDC is creating these things for their own defeat narrative. I mean, you can't put anything past the NDC. They are capable of doing anything. You remember they told us that they are going to approach this election or any other election with full aggression. And so